Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to this special broadcast on May the 1st. I am your host, Chimezie, and I am popularly referred to as Chim. And I'm here to anchor a conversation that has to do with men, a conversation that oftentimes we take for granted. It is a conversation that, if you ask me, many people shy away from because it's something that has to do with men. We come from a culture, a system that kind of tells men to man up. Masculinity, you cannot be seen crying. You cannot wear your challenges on your shoulder, on your sleeves, as they say. And so men get brought up to never talk about taking care of themselves. They take care of everybody else. They take care of their families. For the single ones, sometimes take care of their girlfriends. They take care of their parents. You find people bearing a lot of responsibilities, but a lot of Black men and African men in particular do not take seriously the issue that has to do with their health care. They skip medical appointments because they want to go to work and make money. Sometimes African men don't take vacations. They don't make out time. And by the way, vacation doesn't mean you have to go to some exotic place. Staycation if you want. You can stay at home, take some time out to rest. So it is something that men do not take place a lot of seriousness to. And I want us to further that conversation today. Hopefully, I will not be talking to myself because that's not the intention. The intention is to open up this conversation. Please come in, join me in the studio. I want to hear from you. Do you think this conversation is just over? Is it made up? Do you disagree? Do you think African men do take care of themselves? Or do you agree that health, culture, and masculinity, do African men take care of themselves? So hopefully you would come into the studio and join me to have this conversation. I do not intend to do this by myself. So I would, I know it's a Friday and I know it's a work day. I apologize if the timing of the broadcast kind of falls under where you're still at work. I understand that. Thing is, living in North America, you might not be able to exactly get it accurately right because they're different time zones. So I get it. In some places, people are already getting off work. And in some places, people are still in the middle of their schedule at work. And so they will need some time. But whatever the case may be, I'd like you to join us to look at this very important topic. Like I said, it is something that easily slips away and people do not pay attention because if you ask me, I mean, I'm African myself and I come from a Black community. So we come from a culture where we're told to man up, like I said earlier. It's a culture where we hardly even ask for help, and then after a while it becomes a norm. People, just grown under the weight of not being able to take care of themselves. So this conversation is designed to examine, why men delay medical care, why they delay prioritizing themselves, why they have to bear a lot of responsibilities. Do you think the culture as defined, has how do I put it? Made men to become extremely resilient, if I would say. I mean, I don't know if it's correct to say that a man is is it even accurate to say anybody is extremely resilient? But pardon my use of word, that's the way I see it. Sometimes I think a lot of men just keep going at it, work. They don't take a break, pause, find time to rest, find time to take care of themselves. And so I want us to look at this conversation. It's not something, I'm not necessarily a therapist. I'm not, trust me, but I'm also here to learn. And I want us to be able to have that conversation in a non-threatening way. All the time we talk politics, which can be very tense, especially in this season for those of us who come from somewhere in the Niger Protectorate. We talk all the tough issues all the time, but let's talk this more serious, softer issue. We increasingly hear of men being depressed. We increasingly hear of men, struggling with mental issues. Sometimes it also leads to breakdown in relationships. And so I want us to be able to talk about it. What are the solutions that we can come up with? How do we address some of those things? And can sort of come up with a working solution that can help people deal with the challenges of life. If you walk, and you don't take out time to take care of yourself, that job will continue. But guess what? If you drop, you're gone. Maybe it's not yet time for you to go. Maybe it's not time for you to go to the other side of life. I don't know what it looks like. I've never been there before, so I'll also be there one day. But you know what? You don't have to go before your time. I don't have to go before my time. So I want us to be able to look at some of these issues. What are the things that make men not take their mental health issues critically and make it a priority? Do we need to change our mindset? Have we been taught through our culture? And maybe we've imbibed the wrong perspective to life. Because something, it's It's easy to learn stuff, but what I find challenging is the ability to unlearn. A lot of us are easy. It's easy to learn something, but unlearning is pretty tough. Having to recondition yourself and say, no, this perspective I held about certain issues about life, no, not accurate. There are certain proverbs I hear sometimes. I'm Igbo, but there are certain Igbo proverbs I hear, and I go sit back and I question and say, is this not really accurate? It might have been suitable at the time when whoever the sage who came up with that thinking came up with it. But is it still suitable? Does it still fit the times? I find that sometimes in our culture as Black people and Africans, we often don't evolve in our thinking. We're so entrenched in a proverb. We're so entrenched in a cultural process that would never pause to question that thing, to say, listen, I'm not saying that proverb is wrong, but it might have been suitable for the time when the sage who gave it to us did. But is it still suitable for all times? And so I would like fellow men, wherever you are, join me in the studio. I don't bite. I want us to be able to have this conversation. It is something dear to me. And I feel there are lots of answers out there if people will just, kind of be bold to come around. Let's discuss it. Let's talk about it. Like I said, I increasingly see a lot of men getting depressed. I remember back home when we used to talk about depression. And I used to say, depression. They would say, oh, so and so person is depressed. Maybe in another climate. And I'll say, no, Black men don't get depressed. Africans, we don't get depressed. Why would anybody get depressed? And then sometimes they say, oh, it's the weather that is making the person get depressed or whatever. I used to question that. But you know what? Increasingly, I'm starting to change that mindset. I'm starting to look at the prism, the way I look at issues like that, and I'm questioning if I have not imbibed the wrong perspective to life. So while we wait for people to come up, I want to ask, please, if you're watching already, share the link, invite your friends, invite your associates, your loved ones, anyone you think would benefit from this conversation. And I want to extend the hand of, should I call that fellowship, to join the studio and come, let's talk about it. And with that said, I have my first person in the studio. Masker, how are you today, sir?
Not depressed.
Typical African man. You don't want to be depressed. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. So how's your week been? I know it's Friday. It's already the day is almost ended for you back in Nigeria, I guess.
It's actually been a tough week for me, but what can I say? We thank God.
Okay.
Today is Workers' Day in Nigeria. So
Whoa, that's true. Thank you. You see, it goes to tell you when I know it's not the conversation we're having, but I was just saying here in my monologue that I got to this part of the world and a lot of things that are changing the way I look at life. But May 1st has always been Workers' Day, what you would typically refer to in this part of the world as Labor Day. So our own Labor Day comes in September. So you see, Labor Day in Nigeria,
America.
Yeah, America and Canada. It's in September. On the first, I think it's the first Monday in September, or the first Monday in September is Labor Day. So anyway, let's heat it out. You've seen the topic, health, culture, masculinity. Do African men care for themselves enough? I don't know what your thinking is, but I'm going to play one video quickly. And after that video, then you'll be able to have some perspective. And then hopefully you can give us an idea of what you think. So Just give me a second while I play this.
You know, one thing we don't talk about enough is how what people call patriarchy in Nigeria is not a one-way street. Yes, girls are often raised to cook, clean, and learn home training. But at the same time, boys are raised to carry the full weight of the world on their shoulders. That song, Mommy in the kitchen cooking rice, Daddy in the parlor watching film. But nobody talks about the part where Daddy is supposed to pay school fees, provide a roof over everybody's head, bury parents, sponsor people's education, and never complain. The truth is both genders were conditioned, just in different ways. Girls were taught service, boys were taught sacrifice. Girls were taught domestic responsibility, boys were taught financial responsibility. And when you really look at it, both of them are burdens. Neither is freedom. So instead of arguing about who has suffered more, maybe what we should be asking is, how do we create a system where expectations are based on fairness and not gender? A world where responsibility is shared, where empathy replaces entitlement, and where both men and women can breathe. Because right now, the loudest people on the internet are fighting a battle that doesn't even exist at home. They are arguing about patriarchy, while most families are just trying to survive. It's really, really crazy. Remember, nobody has a monopoly of wisdom and or stupidity. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Enjoy.
So, Masker, you watched that. You heard it.
Yes. Unfortunately, when you were talking, I feel guilty because I'm the type that easily get. It's difficult for me to online, but I think the reason also for me is because I take my time to imbibe, and once I imbibe, people call me very stubborn. People call me, in fact, in our parlance in Hausa, they say Bahagoni, like I'm a leftist. Like he's not gonna come from where everybody is gonna come. And the simple reason is, look, I've learned that I can be right and the whole world can be wrong. So, which is fine with me. I've learned that I can give many examples where I was very clear. I was seeing it so clearly, and I wondered, like, how can people not see that this thing they are talking about is wrong? And then over time, you get proven right, and people come back and start apologizing to you and say, okay, sorry. You have been saying this thing. So, but let me go straight into the meat of the matter. My starting point is that guy is young. I would say he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He has not seen enough yet for him to be making pronouncements that he's making. My starting point is, do you know the biggest pain a human being can go through?
Tell me.
It's childbirth.
Okay. From the male, is that from the male angle or the female angle?
From the female angle, where I'm standing is like, men should just sit down and let's take our button and just run with it. God has been kind to men.
Okay.
This is what I will tell you. If they leave you with only menstrual pain, men doesn't seem to appreciate women enough.
Okay.
The life of a woman, and the problem also is that we as men, we are so in the clouds, we are so in our world, we are so in our beer parlor, in our football, in our politics. Now, we don't even care to understand these people that we live with. What is their life like?
Okay, so let me ask you a question first. So I hear you on that. I guess my question will be this. So we evolve as human beings. Society also evolves. We also evolve time-wise. So back in the days, when and I don't want to look at it necessarily from a patriarchy perspective as that video was suggesting. I'm rather trying to look at it from white collar job or factory job, whatever type of job it is. Back in the days, your grandfather had a farm, or if he was into cattle rearing, that was his. It was a direct business.
Yes.
Speaking from the southeast where I come from, men used to have lots of wives and lots of children. They were farmers, so you would find that the labor for that farming was from the family. You were not employing external hands, and then everybody was involved to help you. But of course, you did lead. You gave direction as the head of the family and all that. And then colonization happened upon us, which is not depends on how you look at it. And then we evolved, and then we started talking about working in the corporate world. Even at that stage, you would also realize that it was will I say 8 or 9 to 6 or 3? I grew up in the era when men closed, the civil service, people close at 3 o'clock. And everybody's gone home. 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock, not 6, not 5, 3. People have gone home. And then they go home to their families, they rest. The man might want to go play tennis. He goes to whatever club where he has his friends to go play tennis or whatever it is. But now, fast forward, and we live in this fast-paced generation. Everything is fast-paced. In fact, matter of fact, someone referred to this generation as a microwave generation. Everything is done quick and dirty. And there are lots of pressure. There's pressure to pay school fees. There's pressure to own a property or house. Then you have your parental responsibilities in terms of your own parents, being able to be there for them and all that. It puts a lot of pressure. So, in my view, back in those previous eras, it was okay for the lady to just stay home and take care of the home front. And then Master goes to do the hunting. But today, the ladies also work. There is pressure of taking care of the children if you have children. I agree. Now, would it be fair to say that those responsibilities have been properly shared, or would you say that is over skewed in one direction? Because I live in the Western world, I know what I see. And because of that lack of cohesion and support and responsibility, you find a lot of men are overburdened. They don't say it because we come from a culture like you just said here, and I meant to just bear it by the chin and go about. So I guess some other person might say, I don't agree with Masker. We've changed, so I think things need to change a little bit. What's your take on that?
And unfortunately, that's why I'm happy that I've given the background of the kind of person I am. I'm more like a closed cycle when it comes to certain matters. I can say I'm a modern person by all means.
Okay.
But I'm also a very conservative person in terms of beliefs and my perspectives on life. So the idea that the man is, and to start with him, I have not seen a lot of societies where it is the woman that will come and say, oh, I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Let's even start from there. That it's you in the first instance. I wanted to create a family. So starting from there, the idea that you are overburdened, I don't know where that one come from. It should be it's you that you wanted to set up a family.
Okay.
So you should just man up. This is fundamentally, I honestly think that men have no reason to complain, especially when it's just their family. You created it, for God's sake. It can't be too much. Of course, I come from a society where a lot of people don't think through what they do. Okay? What I'm saying is so I have 6 kids. At some point, I realized, oh, look, Oga, you've overshot this wrong way. Okay? I should have stopped at some point, sincerely speaking. It would have been much easier more reasonable for me. But I have people like my kid brother, I think has like, at this point, I think he has like 12 kids. Okay. So, okay, all these ones you created. So, who are you going to complain to? What is your basis of complaint? Are you saying that like did somebody like you created this thing? And I really think that the responsibility, the social responsibility allocated to men, I think it's much easier. Maybe because of the kind of person, and maybe the kind of training we were even given when we were young. Because like when you go to the farm, what I like is that they give you your portion.
Mm-hmm.
When you finish this thing, you can go. Once I finish from the farm, I come home, I'm like a king. Where I eat, I leave the plate there. I expect the women in the house to worry about washing plates. They worry about cooking food. Once I go to the farm, I deliver, finish. And I carry that to my corporate life. Once I go to the office and I come back, in fact, my kids used to mimic me. So they will wear tie. They will carry one of my ties, put it on
Mm-hmm.
their shoulder. Then they come, they lie on the couch and say, "Hey, hey, give me the remote." You
That's
get
interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
like, like obviously
yeah.
that okay, that's you now. These things they are telling you that, and when you look at it, you know that look, you are just being unreasonable. Let's say if you take my wife for instance,
Mm-hmm.
she will be very early in the morning. She will get up, do all the stuff, like get the kids ready for school. In my own case, she used to drop them.
So you don't play any part or
No, no,
role.
I do. With
Okay.
time,
Okay.
when I started realizing that okay, I think I'm being unreasonable here. Like I will give you so many instances where men are very unreasonable. Women are just putting up with us. If they have a choice, if the society will be rearranged, I don't know. Look, and you see, it's a complex thing. Women, even they have some peculiar psychological things. They are more organized than us.
Okay.
Almost every woman is putting up with her husband when it comes to toiletries. Like what I mean by toiletries is like we have this tendency once you use the thing, you leave it as it is, you go your way. If I bath, I don't take the what do you call it, the mopper to like you just go like Shebi, you are providing for the family. That's the attitude we all take. And we leave a lot of things on them. And there's no rest. You can imagine you cook in the morning, cook in the afternoon, cook in the evening, chim. You would not, if you are to do that, I don't know if you've ever done that. If you are to do that for good 10 years consistently, you will then understand that it's not funny. If anybody is going to be depressed, it's the female part of the society.
Okay. So.
And especially from the
Mm,
kind of society I come from,
mm-hmm.
where like me now, if I'm bored or I can just, or if my wife said something I don't like, all I have to do is pick my car key.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where I will go, but I have that freedom. I'll carry my car, maybe go to Transport Hilton Hotel, watch a football there, or maybe go just with some friends. Like I think we are so much at liberty. Sincerely, we shouldn't be complaining. And we are the ones that, to start with, we are the ones that have configured the society to a large extent
Mm-hmm.
across the world. Men have been the primary configurators of how society is. We primarily um, are the ones that created this issue of society, family. The number of kids, the size of your family, it's at liberty. If you don't want all that responsibility, I have a friend that till today he's not married.
Mm-hmm.
He just deals with himself.
And he lives in Nigeria.
Yeah, even in the north, yeah, he's in
Okay.
Kaduna.
Okay.
So
So let me welcome forefathers. Good to see you. Thanks for joining the broadcast. I hope you're having a nice time. Are you guys also celebrating Labor Day or is it, Workers' Day in the UK like Masca is? Is it the public holiday for you there?
Greetings, Chim. Yeah, thank you for hosting this one live stream, and greetings, Masca, as always. Yeah, I don't know what UK they are doing it. But all I know is that the people that were working were still working today.
Okay.
All the people I used to contact were still active today.
Okay.
That's all
Okay.
I
So,
can tell.
okay. So, welcome. Let me just bring you up to speed. I know you know what the topic is. So, we're trying to talk about. I know we talk politics all the time. So, tomorrow is going to be politics. I just felt let's throw in something softer today. Let's make prepare our mind before we arrive tomorrow when we come out with our dagger and start hitting each other. Um. So increasingly, we see a lot of men getting depressed. We're seeing a lot of people being overworked, overburdened. And the question is, from the culture we come from, I'm sure you heard a couple of things Masca said. I don't know if you agree with him. We come from a culture where men don't take out time for themselves. People just walk, 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 walk. Unfortunately, some people drop dead doing that. So we want to understand why is that men, because I've seen men skip healthcare. I've seen men, excuse me, I've seen people, especially my Igbo brothers who will still go to their shop. They are ill. And he will still run to the shop to go and make money. He won't take out time to go and rest, take care of himself. He doesn't realize the fact that it is only when he's alive that he can chase that money. And so, what's your take? Why do you think, okay, first of all, do you even agree? Is it correct to say that African men, black men, we don't take out time to care for ourselves? And if you agree, why is that? What is it? Why is it? And what is the solution? How do you think we should go about it? Do you think there should be some form of shared responsibilities also that will allow men to be able to take care of themselves? Because the man takes care of the family, takes care of the kids, takes care of the wife. But there are people who will argue the wife doesn't take care of the man. When the children suddenly are old, it is their mom that they go taking care of, not their dad. The dad is just left out there. So, what is your take on this?
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm a bit. I'm not even sure how qualified I am to answer this because it's a little bit.
You don't have to be
But
qualified.
yeah,
No,
because
I'm not qualified myself.
yeah, because the answer it goes either way. Like you sometimes you see African men, they are relatively well cared for, including by their wives and family, and but in many ways they are less conscious of health this thing issue. They don't go to health seek health care as compared to how women would do it. They don't care too much about if there are signs, they don't feel it. And I actually think that aspect of men is a natural one where they are designed to be suffering and feeling something, but not wanting to show weakness or not wanting to even give in to it. Even if it's a concern to them, if they fall and they die, and that should be it. They don't calculate that warrior mentality whereby a warrior will go into a battlefield that sometimes come out of that battlefield. So and they will still go in anyway. So I think that is also informing the way men behave towards that. I think this is a global phenomenon. I don't know any specific country where you compare how men take care of their health is even close to the way women do. I'm not if but I'm not even sure why it is women do that more than men. It's a very interesting because I guess maybe it only comes after me. The only difference is that men have that warrior mentality, and it's also the reason why they don't like to seek mental health assistance. To them, they are designed to take all these things on and model their way through it. However, the one I wanted to comment on is like some of the men that have this mental imbalance whereby they feel the need to oppress women sometimes in marriages or relationships. That part is, and even children in relationships. So that part is the area I feel within our culture is something we really need to worry about because part of it is mental. I'm almost certain that It's mental. It's not a rational way of thinking about things. Most of those men, if they're thinking straight, they are not going to do it. But because of they feel the need to feel like maybe I was like that when I was younger too. Who knows? Because when you grow up in the African culture, you feel like women are there to do certain things for you, and you don't understand that your primary role is to protect and provide. You don't necessarily understand that. Um, and okay, let's say you understood that, but it also comes with the added layer that says the woman must do what you ask them to do. They must listen to the man, and if they don't, the man is the master. And this is why men don't find it difficult within our culture to have women working any more money than them and all those things, because they feel like they have to be in control all the time. But that I think there's a gap there. That control is not necessary, and it doesn't make you any lesser human being if your wife is earning more than you are. It doesn't at all. So what if she earns more than you? She decides to leave you alone, leave you. If she's leaving you, maybe she's leaving for another woman will be might be pretty and all that. So men should not be looking at it like that. They have to oppress the women to get their way. And personally, I think raising them the way they are raised may even be more important, because that shapes most men. The way they are raised, if they are raised to understand that aspect, that okay, you might be the provider and protector, but you shouldn't see it as a way of oppressing the women. You shouldn't see it as a way of that if the woman earns more, it makes you earn less.
Let me throw in this quick question, and then you go at it, and then maybe Masca will join in. So I love the analogy you used. You used a military analogy where you refer to the men and their role as being like a general leading forces or something like that. But generals also drop dead. Generals also get wounded. Back in the days when generals used to really not this era where our generals sit in command places and allow their boys to go to war. Generals used to go to war. Kings used to go to war, and you see that the king also had blood flowing in him. So if he gets injured, you will see there's protection. People make sure he's taken out of the battlefield to go care for him. Using that analogy and trying to bring it into the family place, into the relationship perspective, where shouldn't the general be exhausted and be cared for? Shouldn't sometimes be people behind say, look, this general is under attack. Let's go and take care of. Let's take care of him. Let's give him support so that he doesn't, the burden is too much. What's your I want you to use that analogy to explain it. By the way, welcome, Adama. Good to see you.
Yeah, based on that analogy, just yesterday I was reading a paper that the North Koreans were kind of celebrating their war heroes that fought in Ukraine. Guess what? For taking their lives instead of being captured. That is considered the highest honor. So the mentality of men is very different from the way women look at the world. Men feel that they are expendable, and they feel like their purpose is duty to their people. They don't see themselves as individuals. So the general should be cared for, but the general has responsibility. That's one even drives the general more, to the point whereby the general will be the one. That's why you have this term falling on your sword. Duty is greater than their individual welfare. It's not how they see it. If the people they lead fail, that's the process fails, they take responsibility and they fall on their sword. That's in the this in Roman, this in balance. So you see, the way men look at the world is different. This is the real way we should. African man, they do that in a tribe at the tribal level. Nationally, it's not very well cultivated nationally for our people to do that. But when it comes to health, I think how this fits into health is that they ignore it. They ignore little pains. I was like, if I lose, I take a bullet here and the bullet doesn't break my bone, I keep going. And if I lose an eye, I keep going. And so if somebody, that's the way, that kind of mentality, it bleeds into their everyday life in such a way that they regard, just a little bit of pain on the side, that most people will say, okay, let's go and check a doctor. They will say, it will be all right. It will be all right. It will go away. And many times, to be fair, it does go away. It does go away. So because men, they do silly things all the time. They will go and hurt themselves, and then the injury will heal. So they get used to it. It's like a way of life. So they just carry on and think that they will keep getting away with it. I guess modern medication science has proven that they need to actually make the effort to go and do a lot of check. To be fair, I'm one of them. I see, men, we say all these things like we are very, very careful. We are not. It's only one person I know, one man I know when I was growing up, that is like a hypochondriac. The moment he breathes the wrong way, he'll go and see the doctor. But most men don't. Let's face it, we don't. We take our time. I don't know
Okay.
about you guys. So
Okay, no problem. So let's expand this to our only female panelist here, Adama. Good to see you. Before I bring you to speed, just want to thank those who are watching. Thank you for watching. Please like and share, and come to the studio and join us. Let's have this conversation. It's something we just need to unpack. Welcome, Madam. So before I bring you to speed, I want to play this video, and then you can take it off from there. Just give me a second.
But with a lot of black men, they'll come into the office and they'll say something like, yeah, I had this problem. I was feeling really down. I just isolated myself for a little bit, put my head down, and just got to work. It's like, okay, well, who did you tell about your problems? Nah, nobody. Well, why didn't you tell anybody about your problems? I didn't want to be a burden. And then we will continue and we'll just keep reframing those thoughts so I can get an idea of what he means by being a burden. And it kind of distills down into this idea that I don't want to have to depend on anybody for anything, because if I do, then I'm somehow less than a man. And that doesn't work.
All right, so you live in a diaspora. African men, according to Masca, should just bear it on the chin. Bear it, and Fofather says generals should not complain. Fofather says generals should not complain. Shouldn't go, you should just, go about it. So what's your take? How do you see this? Do you think it's a myth? Are African men really taking care of themselves or not?
Greetings, everyone. Masca, thank you for joining us from Nigeria. To Niger, greetings. Chim, thank you for hosting this. I appreciate it. We need to have more of this conversation. Well, let me start with this. The truth is that men are men. Let me be specific. Black men in general don't take care of themselves. They are overworked, and I feel a lot of us, then if you want to narrow it down to African men, they are products of their environment, meaning what's their thoughts is what they know, and that's what they want to be like. So to answer your question, do men take care of themselves? No, they don't. They, like I said, they are overworked. The only time you see a man go take care of himself is when he's really, 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 really down. Because I feel like the culture has conditioned Black men to only see themselves as providers. That's it. And for me, that is a struggle and that's a problem. Because if all your worth is providing, then something is definitely wrong. And women see themselves as a homemaker, like there is more to you than being a provider. And that's why we see a lot of this mental health issues. Yes, I have to say this, people use this word loosely all the time. You see someone, every little thing they say, oh, he's messing with my mental health. Do you really know what mental health is? Because those are now words you just use anyhow. But the truth is, our men, African men, are overworked and they do not take care of themselves. And they like that video you just played, the guy said, I feel like they feel I have four brothers, and when I was speaking to all four of them, I was amazed at how my brothers kept things to themselves. And these are men who have, well, I mean, they're doing good for themselves, but you will not know they are struggling as well. And I asked my other brother specifically, and I said, why didn't you talk to me? Like, why do you feel like you have to keep this to yourself? He said, because we are not taught to speak out. You know, he used my dad for example, and it made sense. And that really hurts me because if my brothers could feel this way and open up to me, their sister, then my question is how many men are walking around feeling this way and do not have anyone to speak to? They just need to keep quiet, move along, act like everything is okay. And guess what? When they've had enough, they just snap. And what do you say? Then you say, oh, we start blaming it on culture. We will always find something to blame it on. But the truth is, when was the last time you checked on your friend and asked him, are you okay? Just asking someone, are you okay, goes a long way. So, my answer to your question is Black men do not take care of themselves.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I mean, and this is coming from somebody who should know, because you have an insight into the medical innings, as they call it in the US and all that. So, Mask, I'm coming to you. You saw the second video I played, and then you've heard what Adama said. Do you agree? Do you disagree with her? Do you think, are you taking care of yourself, or you think, oh no, I shouldn't be taking care of myself?
I think I'm different.
Okay,
Why I
tell
say
us
I'm
how.
different. Okay, so I have come to the first thing that I deciphered in life is that there's a huge chasm between thinking and worrying. Okay, as a provider, I should think of, okay, I don't have these people, the school fees is due, I don't have it. What do I do? Instead of worrying blindly, the first thing I've learned is, okay, the first thing you do, go to the school. Let them know that, okay, they should not expect the school fees. What can you offer in lieu? Is it a written commitment that, okay, give me 2 months down the road?
Sorry, Pascal. Sorry, halt there for a second. You'll continue. So I get you. This thing you're saying it from the environment where you are. I want you to broad base it. Some of us live in environments where we can't negotiate bills. You know, in Nigeria, if NEPA is coming to cut, no, by the way, nobody's coming to cut your light here. But if you haven't paid your electric bill, NEPA doesn't even talk to you. They just come and they remove it.
Yeah.
Here, you have to create a system where the money flows out. So your credit card might even run out if you're using a credit card, for instance, as an example. So you cannot go and negotiate school fees here. If it needs to be paid, it needs to be paid. If you don't have it, then those kids are going to have to stay home. So when we're looking at, I want us to look at this from a generalistic, because
okay, so let me make it clear that I use the example that I can go and negotiate the school fees. It's just an example. Okay. Of course, there are times when you have somebody in a hospital. Okay. And especially the reverse is in our environment. There's nothing like medical insurance or something. It's happening now, but loosely, not well. It's either you have the money, and the doctor will say, the hospital will say they won't treat this person until X amount of money has been paid. I understand that circumstance, which is for us, and you don't seem to like proverbs, but for me, I'm a big fan of our proverbs. There's a proverb in Hausa that says, Yaro, kanemu kudi. I would say, so that you go, young man, go and look for money. Boy, go and hustle before the need for money even pops up. Now, I'm trying to, my response is in the sense that I'm a bit different. I've learned not to really worry about things that I've learned that half of the time these mental issues, they are not because you have a problem. It's because of the way you are looking at the problem. You're not trying to address it. You're just thinking about it. You're worrying about it. So at this point, that's number one for me. I've learned not to worry. I've understood there's a difference between worrying and thinking. And then once you think, even the mere act of really, if you're thinking properly, like, okay, they are going to cut my light, so what do I do? The first thing is your food items. Can I go and carry them to my neighbor? Since I don't have light, at least these food items that I bought, can I go? I know you're laughing because there's nothing like neighbor. I've actually worked in the Western world where my boss will sit in a platform. I see her typing. I know she's typing an email to me. And I'm upset that this woman, instead of just telling me what I've done wrong, she's busy typing an email to me. I understand. I've lived in that environment also. I know that, but I'm just giving you examples of even in the Western environment, some people worry instead of thinking of what they can do. But one of the things is like you can decide to buy a ticket and come back to Nigeria here if it's getting too hard there. But the point I'm making for me is that
Basca, people are jumping off during the COVID era. I remember someone jumped off into the Third Mainland Bridge. Not one, not twice. Those were not back here in the Western world.
This is what I'm saying, that for me, it's not because their problems is not the largest problem in this country. They don't have the largest problem. You will agree with me also.
Mm-hmm.
There are people with bigger problems. There are times when, look, I also tell people problems that are even money-related problems are small problems. I was just sitting down one day. My wife said she has headache. Then it turns to fever. We went to the hospital. 1 week down the road, they say she has a brain tumor. You understand? So instead of worrying about, oh, she may die and live, no, but you start thinking, the first thing is, okay, so what is this tumor? I started investigating. I started reading. I started to understand. I'm just saying that the challenge really is not that people have problem. It's how they look at the problem. And I don't know if you know this Andrew Tate.
Mm-hmm.
I buy into his philosophy. Mental issue is really not a medical issue. It's a psychological issue. I know you will not agree with me, which is fine.
No, we cannot say that. Sorry, Mascot, we cannot say that, please. Any conversation we're having here, please, is a personal opinion. Yes,
That's
please.
what I'm saying. And I'm even saying that I'm not the first person to propound this opinion. There's a very popular guy who I'm sure has more than 20 million followers, who I agree with. That's why I like, okay, so let's look at the statistics. Life is more difficult in Nigeria. How many people commit suicide vis-a-vis the people that are in the UK committing suicide? Or let's say, which is a good country now, maybe Sweden.
Is it so? But Masca, hold on, before we go too far. Is it popular that also because we don't deal with data in Nigeria, it might be underreported or not reported at all?
No, that's not. I mean, like, when you commit suicide in Nigeria, there's also this is going to be a novelty. Everybody will carry it.
No, in the city. In some cities, yes. But supposing the person is in the backside of Abakaliki somewhere,
how many villagers do you know in your village? How many people since the inception of the village? How many people do you know that?
I know people. I just can't come out and say it because of the taboo-ness of it. You remember, in the culture I come from, it's a taboo to take your life.
If they commit suicide in the village, it will not be because of economic hardship.
You never know. It could be.
Most likely, let's be honest with ourselves. Most likely, he did something that is very shameful. Something that he has thought through it, he psychologically cannot live with it. These are, for me, outliers. I do understand that. There's no story about it. Maybe you need to go into some therapy. I believe in therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Not that somebody will give you some tablet to drink. And that's why I said, for me, it's a psychological issue. You need to sit with somebody maybe your sister, like Adama is saying, go and sit with people, and they just like I'm saying now, like there's a way the way the picture is largely defined even by the framing. Framing is very, very important in life. This I've learned.
Okay.
The way you frame the problem is very, very important. But the key thing I want to even say is that where I will agree with you, I think it's that most times we also don't understand, as Black people, we've not paid attention to the fact that the body in itself is a system. The same way you go and change the oil of your car, the same way a car has a radiator where should cool the engine, the same way a car should not be driving in gear one from here to Kano, is the same way the body behaves. Let me give you a good example. There are things that I need to do today, but because all through the week I've seen that I've been at a very high level in terms of work intensity, I'm not happy with the fact that I've just decided to what I call rest and relax. Okay, just to wind down the day, because tomorrow when you look at yourself, you're not going to be happy with yourself. But look, the body is in good shape. I think that we, and this is not only men, I think even both men and women, generally we need to understand how the body works. You need to understand how you can help it, even for peak performance, not just for health. So my position is that, one, I think psychologically, most of the time, people create their own problem, so to speak, psychologically, and it's because of the way they frame it. If you man up, you're muted, Chim. If you are trying to say,
sorry, I'll let you land on your thought, and then we move on. I want us to move on to something, but just go ahead and land on your thoughts, and then we.
So the point I'm making is that, number one, psychological problems mostly are a function of the framing, not because life and problem, they are intertwined. Anybody who thinks that his life will just be hunky dory is somewhere else. So life and problems and disappointment, uncertainties and challenges, they are all together. You should take it like that and move on.
Okay.
The key thing is you frame it. The second thing is you should understand the body, because you cannot perform at an optimal level when the system you're operating, you're not operating it correctly. You know, we tend to overwork ourselves and to a point where, so let me give you also another example. When I was working, a lot of people, they are sick, but they are coming to work. What they should have done is, the day you notice you're sick, just go to the hospitals, send a note into the office, 2 days you're okay. No, they come in for the whole week, and guess what? 2 weeks they're out of the office because they've allowed the sickness to go to a very terrible point. So this, for me, I think these are all practical issues that people should take. Okay. And like I said, it's not a thing about men or women. I think generally in Africa, we don't look at these things. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ike, welcome to the show. But before I come to you, let me bring you up to speed. So we're discussing health, culture, and masculinity. Do African men care for themselves? And part of the argument or conversation is, have we been conditioned as Black men and Africans on how life should be? And our sister Adama here said Black men are culturally conditioned to work and provide, but Black men are not taught to speak out. So before you answer, I'm going to play one quick video. I'm not sure how many of us have been following an incident. There's a guy who was on a platform recently where he was talking about all the sacrifices he made in his family to his wife, and his wife left him eventually. But one of the things we found interesting was he came out to tell his story, and people called him weak. They said he was a weak man. Unfortunately, I can't play the entire video because it's a pretty long podcast, but I have a clip of it. So I want, based on the questions I've just asked you, and then when you watch this, then you can take it on from there. So just give me a second.
10 years of my life. He paid me, Baba. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified that, oh, my wife can do whatever she wants to do. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified. What did I do but just love? My wife traveled 6 years, and I was, for the small money I was earning, I was sending money to my wife every time. I have receipts here.
You were saying that
I was sending money abroad. I was sending flowers. I had friends in the US, and I would beg them to buy flowers and deliver in her house. Show you. Now look at your mouth. My wife didn't bother to come back since 2021. I did not see my wife again until last year that I sent her money to buy ticket to come to Nigeria. I went with 2 cars to the airport. With my friends, I gave my friends phone so that they welcome her. I couldn't get a clip of me hugging my wife. You haven't seen your husband in 4 years. And I went to pick you up at the airport and you did not hug me. We got home and she did not kiss me. She did not hug me. I slept in the living room for 2 days. I never get car since I came to Lagos. Last year was the first time I got a car. I bought a Lexus RX 350. I bought it with my hard-earned money when I stopped sending money abroad.
So you were sending money abroad?
I was sending money. I would send when my wife would call me and tell me the money is too small. How much did they pay me? I would do a gig of 500k. I would send 200k. The receipts are here. How can you call your wife for 3-4 days and she will not call? She will not call back. She will not pick. Anytime I call her, now when she did inside motor, she got a house and got a male flatmate.
What?
She got a house and got a male flatmate and said, you know how you can sublet your room. But why a male? I was not comfortable with it.
Nobody will be.
But I let it slide. Only for me to find out 2 days ago that the person that she was staying, that she claimed was a flatmate, was sleeping with her.
Is it the same guy she married?
No. I've been in love, but I stupid. I saw a picture of her sitting in a restaurant on a man's leg. Right? It seems like a normal picture.
Let me see.
Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see?
Let me see.
Zoom in. You can zoom in. Let me help you. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see?
That's hard.
On a man's leg.
All right, Mr. Ike. So, quick caveat. The conversation they're having is not necessarily what we're having exactly 100%, but there's a reason why I played it, and there's a reason why I have what you see on the on the screen. I've left it there because that is part of where we're going. So, men bear responsibility. They're supposed to take it on their chin. They're not supposed to complain. And in providing as a man, that fellow, he didn't take care of himself. All he was doing was make money to take care. At least he hadn't developed a big family yet. So it was still between him and his spouse or his wife, as it were, at that time. So he's doing everything to care. He's sending. He's working. He's putting in all the effort. He's sending. And now he has come to, he hasn't cared for himself, but now he wants to, what's the word? Unburden. And he's being told that he should man up his crying. That he should man up his crying. Like, come on, he's weak. He's not supposed to come out to be talking about stuff like this. So I'm going to leave this to the screen for a while. So finally, a guy is crying for being dumped. I know I'm being mean. It's okay, but I like the person who put this. This is. I want us to be as real as possible. So, Oga Ike, with all you've heard, is it? Do you think the Black and African man doesn't know how to care for himself? Is it an overstretch to say that? Do you think what is there to care for yourself? As long as you care for the family and everybody, yeah, you have cared for yourself. So I don't know, what's your take on all of this?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. My sister Adama, a long time ago. How you doing now?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you.
Happy to see you.
Thank you, sir.
My brother Maska. Jim, the video you showed, first of all, uh, I don't think that is marriage. I don't think that is love. I think it is captivity. I think is if he's not under spell, I think uh, if he's not under influence of any diabolical means as Africans, right? Um, then I think is um, I don't think it's normal because what is going on, what I was hearing is not. There is no love, there is no marriage. That's the way I look at it. I don't care what. That's my own personal opinion, right? It has nothing to do with caring about your family. You know, this is not the kind of family I'm
But
looking
come
at.
on, Oga Ike,
When
he's
we're-
a general. Oga Ike, he's a general. He's supposed to lead and not complain. Take a bullet. What is wrong in taking a bullet for his wife? I mean, come on, he's working to provide. Shouldn't he be working and be okay that he's making her happy? You see, our brothers in Onitsha main markets, they wear their shorts and if Adama was married to one of them now, she'd be gaily dressed and properly looked after. What is wrong with that?
Yeah, Jim, you're asking me my own opinion, right? We are making a general conversation. I'm telling you what I think. Is somebody that is in Nigeria is working and giving money to somebody that lives in the US? You know, I mean, um, with the story he was saying, I mean, can't we just be honest for once that there was no marriage, there was no relationship, there was nothing. It was just a stepping stone the lady wanted to use to get to where she is. And she get to where she is and she start her life. It's not, the guy is in Nigeria thinking he's married, but he's not married, you know. So I don't want to dwell into that because personally I think there is no marriage, there is no love, there is no relationship. It doesn't matter whatever what we're trying to talk about. Let's go back to trying to men, and more especially African men, trying to take care of themselves or not. Um, Generally, a lot of African men would like to take care of themselves, but the economic and the material empowerment is the problem. I give you an example. If a man who is a truck pusher in Nigeria is married with about 4 kids, and in the midst of trying to work to provide for the family, one of the kids gets sick and he himself is sick, the first thing he will do, even though knowing fully well that if he's not okay, he cannot go out to provide for the family, you will discover that the man will use the little that he had to take care of the son or the daughter that is sick first, or the wife, right? And on his own case, he will prefer to take okuma, or just to take something to to make sure that he can be able to go to work tomorrow to provide for the family. But in a situation like that, it's not that the man really do not want to take care of himself, but he value his family, the wife, the kids. He wants to provide. He wants to be a provider. He wants to be the Abraham of the house. He wants to fulfill, the responsibility of a man that is in the home. So I think that if given the opportunity for a lot of African men, we will take care of ourselves. So, but I think it has to do with the economic balance, the economic reality of every family or for every man that determines whether the man is really ready to take care of himself or the family. But if you're
Sir, can you give us an example of taking care of yourself so that way we know how to
okay,
relate with this economic thing?
for example, for example, myself, I use myself as an example. Thank God I can be able to take care of myself and I can be able to take care of my family. And because I can take care of myself medically, financially, materially, and also I can take care of my family medically, financially, materially, I don't play with my life. As we are talking here now, if I tell you I live in the Western world, but I tell you that 99.5% of things I don't eat because I love my health. I want to be healthy. And by the grace of God, I am healthy. I avoid so many things in this Western world that I don't eat. You know, in my house here, for example, I can tell you probably for over 6 months or 8 months, I'm not drinking a juice of any kind of juice. I don't drink juice. I don't drink Coca-Cola. I don't drink. It can take me more than 1 year to take those things. There are so many things I don't eat. And at a certain age, when I was 50, when I went to the doctor asked me, there are things you have to reduce eating because I love plantain. I can eat plantain from January to December. I can eat mango from January to December. I can eat banana from January to December every day. But when I went to the doctor at my age of 50, he told me that, listen, you have to reduce your hands of taking those things because of your sugar level, because of cholesterol and stuff like that. You know, so for example, right now, I think for the past 3 months, it was last week, Friday, I bought mango in my house. And since last week, Friday, until today is another Friday, 1 week. I bought 4 pieces of mango. I've only eaten one, and that one I ate. I divided it into 2 and gave my wife one. I have plantain in my house. Now I don't eat plantain like the way I used to eat plantain. I eat plantain every day before, but right now for almost 1 or 2 months I'm not eating plantain. You know, so you have to be able to culture your life, because you cannot buy your health. It doesn't matter how technology, whatever technology will do. But first of all, you have to take care of yourself. I go for a workout. I make sure I go for a workout. Before I can eat at any time in the night. But right now, the latest I eat my night food is 7 o'clock, and it's only yogurt. I eat only yogurt in the night with maybe some fruit and some seed, maybe blackberry or framboise or blueberry. Those are the things I eat in the night. So it's because I can afford that. But not everybody can afford that. For example, there are people even that can afford that, men that can afford that, but they prefer to eat pork meat from January to December. And even when you go to your doctor will tell you that pork meat is not good for your health, right? But you see people who they can't do anything without not eating pork meat. So I think that personally, I think it has to do with your financial capacity that has to involve your family. Because if I'm sick and my son or daughter is sick, for example, and I don't have the way means to take care of both of us, as a father, I will want to take care of my child, my daughter or my son first. Like I just told you, I will drink kokoma or jebata, yellow fever, the leaves, cover you with towel, you inhale it. Whether it is malaria or not, you just want to get well, for the sake of your daughter or for the sake of your son.
Okay.
So I really think that most men generally in Africa would love to take care of themselves if the finance and the material well-being is there for them to be able to do that. Because every step you want to take, first of all, the first thing in your head is your wife, your kids. So sometimes you can't do much. And in the process of not taking care of yourself, also you are shortening your life also. Because every time you go to the doctor will tell you, oh, Dr. Chim, you're working too much. You should give yourself, for example, Chim. Let's be honest. While I was in Nigeria, I didn't know what is vacation. Who goes to vacation in Nigeria? I mean, probably some people who were working in government really understood what vacation is. But as a single bachelor man who is, working to survive, who doesn't have parents that are healthy. I was small when my father passed on. My mother was the pillar of everybody. So I didn't know what is called vacation until I moved into the Western world. And since I moved into the Western world right now, you can never deny me vacation. There is nothing that will make me not to go to vacation every year. And I don't take 2 weeks, 1 week, 3. I take 1 month. So I don't care. Take it from my salary, but I need at least 1 month, 1 week, or 1 month, 2 weeks. Because I need to refuel, I need to recharge, I need to recover. Because now I came to understand the value of that vacation that you take, right? Because your free day, you have 2 days off in a week, for example. Where I work, I have 2 days free in a week. But it's not enough because those days you are working, you don't even have time to look at your house. That day that you're free, you are not free because you want to do something for your wife and your kid. You want to cook lunch because you have never been cooking lunch for 1 week. And the day that you are off, your wife is at work. You will at least try to impress her that you are trying to compliment what she's doing when you are working. So you try to cook lunch. You try to clean the house. You try to do 1 or 2 things. By the time you know it, it is night. The following day, you go back to work. So the only time you have that freedom is when you go on vacation.
All right, sir. I want to bring Jide into this conversation. Jide, welcome and thank you for joining the broadcast. How's your week been?
Hi, Chim. Hi, everyone. I'm doing okay. My week has been great.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you. So you heard what Uncle Ike has just said, and I want to pick something he said. He said many African men would like to care for themselves, but it's because of the resources. Should resources be a barrier from caring for yourself? Because, by the way, Mr. Ike, I didn't travel out of Nigeria for vacation when I was back home, but I used to take vacation. I'll sit in my house, for instance, or I go to my village. I remember back in the days when we used to go on long vacation, we go to the village. Those whose parents could take them to anywhere abroad, they would go. We will go to the village and we'll come back to school and meet ourselves. But before you answer that question, Jide, I want to play this video because this video, although it speaks to the issue of care, but it's coming from a different angle. So I just want us to be able to, hold that topic and see and listen to what this person is going to say.
Everyone coming from a poor background at a level, at least for like 5 years of your life, you need a level of wickedness. You will see people that you love suffering and you won't do anything about it, even when you can.
What you're saying is quite tough.
It's just the way to come out. It's the way anybody can come out.
You're saying at some point, people should get to the point where they're saying, this is the priority. I need to come out first.
Yes, because if I have a cup and it's half full and I'm pouring to everybody, they won't have enough, I won't have enough. But if I just wait up until my own cup is full, I will overflow. They will end up having enough. I would not reduce.
True.
So many people start pouring from an empty cup too early. Sir, I've seen someone who, as we speak right now, is dealing with it. Why? He literally liquidated his business to take care of his dad. The father still died. Right now, to get back up is really difficult for him. And this is not one, he was the one sending his younger ones to school. He was also the one taking care. At the point, he was owing house rent because one of his elder sisters gave birth and he had to be the one to take care of. And the elder sister had an husband.
Oh my God.
I'm saying let people bear the result of their responsibility because you have different lives.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, when you have enough, they will forget the period of time that you forgot them.
This is what I used to say. Do not start helping people too early. You understand? Do not start helping family members too early. I know that there is that emotional urge, that pity, you understand, to start helping family members, to start helping friends too early. When you feel like you have started making money, but then do not start helping. Do not attempt to bring people out of poverty. When you are not entirely out of poverty, when you are not completely out of poverty. Especially last time I made this kind of video, I was using those who came abroad, you understand, as example. You just came abroad 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You're already trying to, bring people out of poverty from back home. The poverty that has been there since how many years, generations upon generations. You just came abroad and you feel that under 1 year, 2 years, you will now start bringing people out of poverty. You will now start sending huge amounts of money back home every time to bring people out of poverty. You just came abroad, you're already rebuilding your father's house. You just came abroad, you're already renting 5-bedroom apartments for your family back home. If you were not born, Uncle, what will happen? Are they not going to continue existing? Are they not going to continue suffering? You understand? You have to balance. You have to give yourself targets. As you have to achieve certain level of success before you can start thinking of bringing people out of poverty, you understand? I'm not saying don't send money back home, you have children, maybe you have people you can, but there is this urge, you understand, you may have once you come out.
All right, let me leave it. It's pretty long, but I don't. But at least you get the meat of the matter. So yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, it's quite interesting how he talks about men prioritizing themselves and how resources play a part in impacting men's well-being. I mean, I think it has to do with one major factor that I think we might have allured to either directly or indirectly is culture. Our Nigerian culture. Our Nigerian culture has created this identity for for men, for adult men to always provide, to always be the one to provide for the family. Even when we are struggling, there is that expectation. So when you have men that are struggling to make ends meet for themselves, they have to still meet the demand of their family, of their mothers, their fathers. If they have kids, if they are married, that even makes the case even more complicated, right? So that's what I call cultural expectation, particularly for those of us that are abroad. That pressure is even higher because when we move abroad, there's so much expectation back home. In fact, the relationship, this is not absolute, but in most cases, the relationship for those of us that are abroad, the relationship we have with those that are in Nigeria, the dynamic changes when we move abroad. There are high demands from those that are in Nigeria. They start asking for money, for help. In fact, a lot of times, they don't even want to know how you are doing on a psychological level, on a mental level. It is about, we know you are abroad, we know you are making it, just send money home. And like I said, we are men here, so we may be able to relate. What I want to say now. So there's this feeling of, as men, we want to keep up. We do not want to be in a position where we are like, we do not, even if the resource is limiting, we do not want to put ourselves in a situation where it's like, oh, we do not have enough. We still want to impress, to provide, because that is what makes us manly. It's a perception, right? That's what makes us manly. That's why you see that a lot of men that do not have enough resources and they cannot provide for their family and they are not successful, and they do not have that prospect of being successful, they fall into depression. Worse off, if they have a wife that is even living abroad, for instance, and they are married and they can't even cater for all the needs of their wife and their kids, and their wife is getting throwing tantrums, and at the same time too, they cannot also provide for their family back home. There are many ways the man responds because he doesn't know how to respond, because in his mind, he's almost feeling like he has failed due to those cultural expectations that I explained. So the man could become violent, the man could become more desperate, or the man could start having suicidal thoughts. Particularly if it's in a case where the woman is even threatening to end the marriage. And we know it is very common in the US particularly, where if the man is not providing, right, and the woman is like, I can't keep providing for you, and it's like, the woman, a lot of times they tend to fall for divorce and take the kids, right? It happens a lot in the Black community. So the point I'm making is, I think at this point, in my opinion, I think we men, we need to draw a red line and say, this is what makes us masculine. It is not based on the Nigerian cultural expectation. That's number one. The second point is, apart from drawing a line, the second point is, we now live in the system that we live under now is a very fluidic system. It is evolving. And now women are making as much money as men. I'm talking about those of us that are abroad. Even in Nigeria too, there's a great opportunity for women also. So you have a situation where that understanding, where women are now having more career opportunities. A lot in the Black community, a lot of Black women are now having as much opportunities as men. In fact, more men are unemployed than women in terms of the Black community in the US, right? So if you look at that context, you understand that relationships has to evolve away from the primary traditional roles, considering the economic dynamic. Because what we have in our own culture in Nigeria is those roles are still static, but the economic dynamic and social dynamic has changed. So what that means for
Sorry,
men
Jide,
is
I want you to repeat that statement.
okay.
Please repeat it again, please.
So the expected traditional roles of men is still the same as it was 100 years ago. But the social and economic dynamic has significantly changed, and it is still changing. And what does that mean? It means that it implies that social relationships too will be impacted negatively. Because our women have been able to evolve and adapt to that, which is good, which is great. I give them kudos for that. But women, as a result of that, it has created a form of identity crisis in a way. And it has created more pressure. And what does that do to our mental health? It does a lot to be very impactful to our mental health, because we have to juggle between being physically and our physical and mental well-being is impacted, and we have to prioritize that. At the same time, we have to prioritize those pressures. You know what I mean? We have to prioritize those pressures. That's why you see that even if you look at the dating pool in the modern dating pool, what women prioritize in men has not changed like it was 30, 40 years ago. But a man is more open. A man is more open to saying, okay, this is what I want in a woman, right? Like, a man is willing to compromise. But women, their expectations has not changed. The man has to be a provider, right? The man has to have money. Even though they themselves, a lot of them are now successful in the corporate world. They are doing very well in their career. So that has created a conflict of, it has created a social and economic conflict between our men and our women in that context. Also, like, that has also influenced our masculine identity, because like I said, traditionally, we Nigerian men were seen as providers, protectors. We are also emotional, like we cannot express emotions because if we cannot be vulnerable within our community. Because if we show vulnerability, there is this, I'm Yoruba now, for instance, right? And there's this time, if you show weakness or you're showing vulnerability when you're talking to your family members, they could say, what does that mean? They are saying that you are a man, act like a man, man up. You can't be vulnerable. You can't show weakness, right? Particularly for those of us, for those people that are in marriage or they are the provider for their family. So I think that culture has to change in Nigeria, in the Nigerian community. Not just even with that, for those that are abroad, even in Nigeria too, because we need to understand that those dynamics are now changing. That has made those men, in those days, pre-colonial times, when we had our civilization and our culture, men were with men, women were with women, right? Men had their expectations, women had their expectations. It was not perfect. It was not perfect. They had their challenges at that time. But those expectations were there, and it's created a stable home, a stable community. But what you now have now is, now you have a line and all of us are now competing in the same line. And at the same time, even though we are now competing on the same line for the same resources, you are still expecting me to do more than I can within that same line. So what does that mean? There is a conflict. Like I said, at least a social conflict. And it affects men too, because men have to impress. Men have to impress their women. They have to impress their family. They have to do all those things. And that will impact their health. And at the same time, we live in a world where, well, for those of us that are in the West, we live in an individualistic society. We do not live in a communal society. So as a result of that, unlike in Africa, where we're very communal, right? We have social relationships. Yeah, it's different in the West, because what you have is, because it's very individualistic. For those people that do not have, that are single, or for those that do not have their family within them, they do not have who they actually like share their feelings with. So they bottle it up. Like, for instance, I'll give an example. In a typical immigrant family, Nigerian family abroad in the US, the father went to work, the mother went to work. The mother comes back by 5 p.m. Maybe the man is still at work and maybe he's doing other extra also. By 7 p.m., maybe he had a bad day at work, or he's being threatened that his job, he could get fired. Because he does not have any man he could share his problems with, or he's financially stressed, when he comes home, if he sees the kitchen, that there are multiple plates in the kitchen not washed, his reaction is he's going to lament. Some men may even get violent. Some men could snap and get violent. But what happens is those men, because they don't have how they can express their emotion, they cannot cry in front of their wife after all, because they are the men. So what they do is they lament, they lash out, they become very aggressive. You understand? And when they become very aggressive like that, it becomes, and generally, I don't know if everyone will agree with me, but women are generally emotional, right? They are more emotional. Their emotional regulation is not as strong as that of men. But the point is, the woman too can flare up too and be like, I'm also working, I'm also stressed out. That's what leads to a volatile situation in relationships. So the point I'm making is that I think we live in a capitalist, modernist world system where it does not give a damn about men and women. But our Nigerian culture has still made it clear that those roles has to remain those roles. So I think the only way a lot of families and communities in Nigeria, particularly in the southern part, can thrive is we need to understand those dynamics that are changing, and we need to adapt to it. Like I said, our women has been able to successfully adapt to those dynamics. But I think the men, due to so many families, when I talk again, I'll talk about how men can adapt to such dynamics. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So Adam, I want to bring you into the conversation. You heard Ike, you watched the video, you've listened to what Jide said, and when it comes to, so please tell me, how are women able to adapt and what's the word, evolve, but men have not been able to evolve? This evolution, do you agree with Jide that the evolution, is it that men don't want to evolve, especially our Black and African men or Nigerian men, or is it because they've been so sucked into that culture that they are afraid to do something in a different way and then be seen in a different perspective? Because you heard what he said. You're a man, you cannot be expected to do this. I'm an Igbo person. In fact, let me even use an extreme word. Pardon me. At least StreamYard and YouTube doesn't know what I'm going to say, so I'm going to say it. If you're not able to meet up as a man in the Igbo culture, where I come and say, it won't work. I'm on many. And those who hear Igbo understand what I'm saying. They go far. Uncle Ike knows what I'm saying when I use that word. They will say the person is not man enough, but it's actually very derogatory the way I said it, and I might share it privately with anybody who wants to know the deeper meaning. So please, Adama, what's your take on this, and how can we go about it? I will come to you later on, Masker. Please, I didn't forget you. Go ahead.
Jide said a lot, and a lot of things he said made sense. And I think the problem our men are having is, number one, is ego. Ego is one of the biggest. Ego has done a lot of damage with our men. Ego makes them, they don't want to speak out. Ego makes them, they don't want to even tell you when they're struggling because they have to man up. In Igbo, we say, okay, like, you have to just. And another thing is, the truth is, like Jide said, if you come here in the diaspora in America, women are earning a whole lot. Women are one of the top earners, at least here in America where I reside. I don't know about Africa or Nigeria. But now the problem is, as much as those women are high earners, this is what they say they want. They want men who are high earners. And if you marry someone and you see the woman is growing academically, financially, I always say this: marriage is a partnership. If you know you are in a marriage where you feel you need to be taken care of, well, maybe the way I was brought up, that's the way why I look at life that way. My dad raised his kids for us not to have this entitlement mentality. If you're going to be married and you know you're the one that earns more than your husband, for instance, like Jide said, I've heard men say those women are not marriage material. I can take for me, for an instance, so many people have so many things to say about me once they find out what my profession is, when they don't even know me in a personal level. And then you start asking yourself, why feel threats by a woman that earns more than you? There's so much for you to benefit from and learn from. Tone down your ego. And if she's someone you're into, like, I'm not going to sit here and say these women that are high earners are so easy to deal with. No, they are very entitled. They are very entitled. And the few one of them that want to be in a marriage or relationship, they know that they have to change a lot of things, the way they do things and the way they see things. So for our men, I think the struggle is, yes, they have not adapted. A lot of them live in the diaspora and they are still acting like they're in Africa. Everything they'll remind you, I am a man. You don't need to tell me you're a man. I know you're a man. I don't know the need of you having to remind me you're a man. For me, why are you pointing that out? So, ego is one of the issues our men have. And two, at the end of the day, know who you're married to and know who your partner is. Like I said, marriage, relationship is a partnership. Women pay mortgage. I don't see where it's written in the law in America that says only a man has to pay a mortgage. The way I look at life is whoever you're doing life with, God forbid, that person, the man is not able financially to meet the needs. Are you able as a woman to pick up this tab? That is how I function. I am not a woman that depend that everything has to fall on a man. No, that's not how I work. Because for me, it's a partnership. I want to enjoy you. You have to enjoy me. And the more you are overworked, the more I'm going to lose touch and not want to engage you. Then I'll get something to keep me busy. So the earlier we start having this discussion and sit down and realize that we have to help each other, we have to meet each other halfway. Meet each other halfway in the sense of men need to open up their mouths and say they need help. School fees, I don't see anywhere. I looked at my parents. I never saw my mom ask my dad for money to cook. But I see women asking men money to cook. And you're going to eat from that same food. And you earn money as well. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But at the same time, we have raised women who are so entitled. They feel that the men have to care for them, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, it's starting to show up in our men in several ways that they are lashing out. You see a man say, you know what, you want to leave me, leave me. I don't care. Listen, I'm willing to start all over. At the end of the day, we have a lot of our women who are single, who are saying, oh, he's not earning on my level. I want to marry someone on my level. That person who is earning on your level is saying, I don't want a woman at your level. I want someone at a higher level. So at the end of the day, we all need to know our role, what role we play. But our men, I feel the only way we can solve this problem is know who you're with and speak up. If you know you cannot meet a certain distance, call your partner and say, listen, this, that. How are we going to figure this out? And stop robbing Peter to pay Paul. Stop living behind. Like, I don't know why you don't earn up to a certain amount, but you want to show that you are living a certain lifestyle. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. At the end of the day, you're financially broke. Mentally, everything about you is not right because you're trying to impress others. The first person I want to impress is myself. And guess what? I don't care what you think about me. I have to impress me first because when everything is over, I have to deal with the fallout of whatever happens to me and my family. So at the end of the day, we need to be realistic and our men needs to tone down their ego. And at the same time, the women need to be realistic with their expectation because guess what? You're getting married or you're with a man does not mean he's to take care of you. He's not your father. Because if you cannot take care of yourself as an adult, you have no business being in a relationship. That's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Maska, I'll come to you before forefathers, and then we move on. So, Maska,
why are you missing me now? The last time somebody joined you problem.
You're on and off.
You just came.
You keep dribbling around me constantly.
Forefathers. I don't dribble around you now.
When I came in, you put him immediately. Eh?
Okay, forefathers. Don't worry, I will make up for it. Just give me a few minutes. The only thing you will pray for is let Maska be shot in his comments. Then we'll come to you. So, Maska, Is it ego? Do Nigerian men need to tone down on their ego? Are Nigerian men not evolving? You see, you heard what you just said, and I tend to agree. The women are evolving, but the men are still stuck in the culture of I'm the provider. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't provide. Should it be a collaboration? Should you tone down your ego and just let the lady also take part in this unburdening of issues and responsibilities?
Well, like I said, Chim, me and my opinions are going to be very far out in this matter because, like I said, I'm a very conservative man when it comes to this. Right from day one, I was very clear. I'm very clear that I don't see the reason why I am going to go and work and my wife will leave the house also to go and work. It doesn't make sense to me at all. That does not mean that my wife is not going to be earning. Right from so our first 5 years of marriage, I made sure she didn't finish all her schooling. I made sure for the first 5 years she completed what she was doing. But there is clear understanding. I'm not sending you to school to come and tell me tomorrow you want to go and work. It will not work. I believe in division of labor. Okay. I will go and fend for the family. Somebody should stay in the house. And by extension, me that go to work, I cannot give excuse. Whatever we need in the house, I will provide. Of course, like Adama said, I also want to make sure that we live within our means, well, even below our means.
Masca, quick question for you, then you continue. Supposing, I know you're a risk, you have a risk perspective to life. Suppose, God forbid, you were incapacitated in any way. Did you make plans for that? Did you consider that?
Okay, fantastic. No, this so that is precisely why I said she should go and finish her school first. Once she even finished her school, as she was sitting in my wife, who were in my house, who were in Lagos, I went and made some very good arrangement for her, where our house was not too far from Tejesho Market. So I got her somebody who she can go and get stuff, take it to Tejesho Market, distribute in 1 hour, 30 minutes. She's finished. She's gone back home with a list of all she's given. So she was earning. As at today, even I think my wife earns a lot, and she takes certain responsibilities. Like I can't remember the day I bought clothes for myself or for my kids or for herself. Anything clothing in my family, she has taken care of that because that's the business she finally settled for. But there's that understanding that your business cannot afford to interfere in any way with housekeeping. And of course, I have daughters. One of the people didn't understand why. In fact, even my wife was like, it looks like you pay more attention to your daughters than your sons. I had to sit her down and explain to her that, look, in our society, especially in the North, our men are not very, very responsible. You marry somebody, she's given 2 kids to you, maybe three, and then on flimsy excuses, you want to send her packing and go and marry another one. I don't want that fate for my kids. I want them to be well schooled so that when you want to do that yourself, what will threaten you is that you know that this woman sitting in your house that has a master's degree from a well-established school, if you go and start working now, you yourself now in the society, she will diminish you. So that just to put them under. So that's the answer to your question. That yes, I sent my wife to school so that if anything happens to me, she can take care of the family. I set her up to start doing stuff so that just in case anything happens. But I do not like the idea that I will go to work, my wife will go to work, and when the kids come back home, they are sitting down at the home. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like I said at the beginning, for me, the man, especially in Africa, is the one who decides he wants to set up a family. You go and carry somebody from her father's house. I can't. Look, I'm a very traditional man. In our culture, also, when your wife gives birth, she's supposed to go to their house for the first child. Me, I refused. I said, no. Since I've taken responsibility for you, my auntie will come and do whatever it is that is required in my house. I don't want to hear any story. So I to a large extent, I don't agree with. It's not about ego. It's about a sense of responsibility. There's nothing like ego, and the fact of the matter also, what I've seen with a lot of women, as a man, if you give them the slightest room, our construction is fundamental. Psychological construction of the man is fundamentally different from that of a woman, especially when it comes to money. If the woman, take it or leave it, if the woman is the one providing in the house, you will see small small things that you will not like. These I'm putting it on the table.
Okay.
There are exceptional outlier women, maybe they love you to death or whatever, but the general status is that okay, I leave
Okay.
it there.
All right. So, forefathers, now we're bringing you into this. So, forefathers, Masker is entitled to his perspective. It's working for him. It's producing result clearly. You've heard what Adama said. I don't know if you were able to catch snippets of what Jide explained. How do you see this? Because Jide has explained to us that um, the African man is not necessarily evolving with the time. His female counterpart is evolving. Hence, now we see a lot of women. First of all, yes, they already know that, oh, this is the culture they come from. This is the challenges they faced. Now they are getting out of having to be sit-at-home moms. They go out, pursue careers and everything, and sometimes find bobo that they can marry. A lot of them might even marry somebody who is not earning exactly like them, and they're okay with it. But the African man is still stuck in, no, it has to be like this. This is the kind of thing I'm looking for. If it doesn't fit, no, don't worry. I don't worry. No, you will
No,
come
no,
back later
I'm
on.
saying that I'm an example that look.
Oh, okay. So, forefathers, ultimately, what's your take? Do you think this is correct? Do you think the woman should not go and work? She should just stay and, well, let me go and be this general. She should just be who are the people who take care of the generals? The people in the barracks providing all the ammunition and everything. Let her just do that job. Let me go and take the bullet. What's your take?
Greeting. Why am I greeting? I've already been here. I'm practically a landlord now. Okay. Point is, thank you for
It's called
question.
muscle knowledge, or so how do they call
Yeah,
it?
muscle memory.
Muscle memory. Thank you.
Yeah. The issue about women, evolving more, this thing, they are evolving faster compared to the men. I'm not 100% clear about that, whether it is true. Because sometimes, or whether it's even a good thing. Because there is, depend on, we're talking about relationships here. But if you look at other aspects of our women, using wig and everything, you would say the men have evolved more. They used to wear jerry coils, and the men stopped wearing jerry coils, but the women didn't stop wearing wigs. So you can say the men evolved in that direction. But if you look at the way society responds to the kind of men Masca is, or the kind of men most Nigerians are, they are actually women around the world respond well to them. And the evolution, we keep saying that men should evolve. Women are busy divorcing those men like as if they are dirt. And so the question remains, it's like women, their evolution that was occurring from maybe 60, 50, 60, 70, early 2000s, they are beginning to discover that no, that was a trick. And they want to reverse it a little bit back. Hence why you see how Nigerian men are relatively popular in many parts of the world. Because one of the things the women will always say that the men take responsibility. They take responsibility. They take responsibility constantly. And that is how men used to be. So, and this is well documented by various examples around the world. So you ask yourself, where are they evolving to? That's the question you should be asking. Whether it's a good evolution the women are having, or whether the men, what they used to do before was better. Because in terms of raising family, as a matter of fact, I think in the near future, the way families are to be raised should be completely, in terms of childbearing and rearing, should be completely flipped on its head. Also, from the point of view you mentioned about the women going to work later on after they raise the children. I think that too be done because you can have a situation whereby
Sorry,
you have
forefathers.
micro.
Sorry, forefather. You said there's something you said. Rearing children now, but now should be what? There is something you said. I want to
It
get
should be
you. I want to
flipped on
talk.
his head. It should be flipped
Huh?
on his head. It should be flipped on his head. The timeline of rearing
Should
children.
be turned around.
Yes, because the way it is going now is that you do your career, then you raise family. But it should be flipped the other way around because life expectancy is increasing, and then the parents should be that I believe the parents should be allowed to start a family early. And while they are raising that family, by the age of 40, 42, 43, they are free. The children are already grown. And while they are raising those children, they are kind of gaining education. So 20 years of education while they are raising children. There's a term I came up with micro education, whereby you are getting slowly educated over time, so that by the time you the children are grown, you are fully prepared for the world, and that's for the work environment. And then you are going to go on to work for the next 40, maybe 80 years. This in 40 to 50 years, I mean, after that, based on the increasing life expectancy of families. And that will stabilize the population decline.
How do you raise those children if all you're doing is making babies? How do you take care of those kids if you don't
The
have an
way
education?
that's why I say you flip it around. The way you do that is the government supports the families, and also let's say the man wants to go and work, the man can
So
go and
be
work.
on benefits, right? Let the
Not
government
not
take care
not
of
what you call
you.
benefit, because they are going to go on later on. You can say children are on benefit then by that standard. All the children that get free education and everything are on benefit. The point is that if you want to stabilize the population, and if you don't want it to keep declining because the women are going to work to try to earn this in a living, while they are doing that, they are not going to be having children, and before you know it, your population will be declining like the way you see in many developing countries today. And there are consequences to that. You have old age population that cannot take care of themselves, and the younger ones will be burdened to pay their taxes to take care of the older ones, that the benefit that they will not get because their own population is declining even further because they too cannot have children. So you can see that the younger generation is being pressured to take care of an older population that have enjoyed their life even more than the younger generation will have a chance to enjoy themselves, because they are busy working most of the time. So I think to rebalance it, you have to enable them to have a family early, then later on to go and work, and they will pay higher taxes. They will pay higher taxes to take care of the younger generation that is coming through. And the idea of going to do IVF and having all kinds of complications later in life, it doesn't work. It evidence it doesn't work. The most fertile period to have a family and be strong and be likely to be around and healthy for that family is when you are younger, at the age in the 20s. That's when it's best to do those things. So from my take, I feel like though that should be flipped on its head. Then regarding what we were discussing before, apologies because I'm sure the conversation has moved on a bit. Where Masca said something about mental health kind of being a psychological issue, not necessarily a kind of medical issue or something like that. I think from what I've observed, there are two aspects to this. There are some aspects that are based on what Masca is saying, and there are aspects that are actually medically based, and sometimes they kind of overlap with each other, because a psychological problem can trigger a chemical imbalance in the mind. Just like when you are stressed, it affects your immunity and all kinds of different aspects of your physiology. So, and I know I've spoken to some people where you speak to them and you see this person, 1 minute they are listening to it, the next minute they can flip and become very, very, very violent. That tells you that this is not psychological. There's something going on in that person's brain that is not right. So there are many things human beings exhibit that goes beyond just the psychology. That said, what you were describing about the psychology of not worrying about things is what often people refer to as, not refer to, is what stoicism is. Stoicism is a kind of way of understanding what you can control and what you cannot control. And what you can control, you deal with it. The ones you can control, you just leave it. So basically, it's a way of being at peace at all times. So in a way, you are describing stoicism. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add to it. And it's not controversial. Most people, like when I say that they should flip the family stuff, people think it's controversial. It's not. It's a well established, that's based on my own analysis. Okay, my analysis. You know, it looks like I'm thinking ahead of quite a lot of societies. So based on analysis, it's clear that if you do that, the population will stabilize. But the people have to be willing to sign on to that, and they have to avoid the stigma of saying if you are a young person, you shouldn't have children. Because it's not a good idea to prevent them. Sorry, 30 seconds, let me round up. It's not a good idea. And the idea of educating those parents while they are raising the children, there's no pressure of exam all the time. You are educating them over 20 years. They will be robust by the time they are ready for the work environment, and they will be ready to give their all. They've had their time. They raised their family. They don't have no distraction. No, say, oh, my son is ill, I have to. No, all that is gone. You see
So,
what I mean?
Elijah, with all you just said, excuse me, Chin, what does that have to do with the well-being of a man? We're talking about men's health and men prioritizing themselves, their needs, speaking up, and not bearing all the financial burden by themselves. So everything you just said now, what does that have to do? Where does the men health and sharing their burden come into that?
In terms of burden, like when you are
Jide, please,
raising a
a second.
family, when
Go
you are
ahead.
raising a family and you are working at the same time, there is a burden there, isn't there? So it means that you are not as focused on your work or on your family as much, and not to mention yourself. So the burden is higher. But when you, like I said, when you are clearer on the path that you are going to walk, and you know that there's no pressure of exams, no pressure of meeting any kind of expectations, once that is done, and you are going into a world where you are older now and you are wiser and you've been educated, you are more fully prepared for the work environment. I think it's healthier. It will leave people to feel less pressure. Because right now we have to raise families, we have to work, we have to do everything all at once. And maybe that stress is why relationships are breaking down. The logistics don't work. And this is what Masca was trying to highlight, that he doesn't want to go to work and his wife is also at work, and the children come home, who is raising them? Is it a TikTok that is going to raise them? Okay. Don't be surprised when you see them twerking all over the place. So this is a problem, and I feel like sometimes people need to think about these things and say, okay, how do you deal with them? And to deal with them, this is what I suggested. So if I'm to address your question, this also helps men, you know, deal with some of these issues in terms of coming out to talk about things. You know, I don't personally, men are, I think to make them talk about it or deal with their health, maybe there has to be a form of checks that needs to be done that is close to being mandatory for men
All right.
to be able to go in, so that they don't have to, because if you allow me, if you say men should voluntarily do it, men are
Okay.
stubborn. They will find it difficult to do.
All right, no problem. Thanks, for fathers. Jide, yeah, you were trying to say something.
To say something, I don't know where we get this. I have a lot to say actually.
Go ahead.
But I don't know where we get this information that Nigerian men. Okay, maybe it depends on the location. It probably depends on the location, but I know in the US, the most desired men in terms of dating, marriage are still white men. It is still white men. In fact,
Thank you, Jide, for saying that. I don't know where they got this, that Nigerian men are the most sorted after.
Yeah, Adama, right? It could be maybe in Africa, like maybe South African, and because we all look alike. So maybe, yeah, I think maybe forefathers may be right in that context, but
But
in a
sorry,
multiracial society,
can
Nigerian men, I'm sorry, but we women. So this is the point.
I just do a pushback on what the Adama and Jide now are trying to propose?
No, I'm trying to make a point. I was trying
No,
to.
Masker, you will push your point. Let him land on his thought, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah. So it's not like I'm trying to disagree with forefathers. But I'm just trying to explain something. I think sometimes we overrate our personality. I feel like maybe I'm not trying to be balanced, right? So the point I'm making is, if you look at statistics, the least, okay, I don't want to go to the least desired, but the most desired are white men and Asian women. That's by the way. The point I'm making is that, like, what makes someone masculine, in my opinion, I think is very subjective in this modern world. The way I see masculinity, being a man, there are many things that define a man to being a man that we can even extrapolate from even traditional, like pre-modern times. Being resilient, being resilient is what. There are many reasons, being a provider and all that. But I think it's being subjective, and it all depends on the societal context too. Like, so, I don't feel like there's one rigid 1,000 or 2,000-year-old rule that, there's something that makes a man, and there's something that makes a woman in terms of a social expectation. I think it varies across era, across centuries, and across time. That's the first point. The second point is, yes, men and women are different. I'm not in opposition to that fact. Men, despite the fact that both men and women, the social expectations change over time, like I said earlier. Men and women physiologically are different. Hormonally, they are different. How they think as well, they are different. So, having said that, the point I'm making is that a man can have some feminine characteristic, and a woman can also have some masculine characteristic. I do not think being a man is, you just have the social stereotype, and that's it.
If goodness comes,
as much as a man can be very aggressive and be a provider and be a protector and be resilient and many other factors, being a protector and all that, a man can also show empathy. We have historical great men that have showed empathy, that are the kindest men, right? Likewise to women, there are situations where women, they have to take the heart of being masculine too. We've seen it historically, where there are so many cases. In fact, in a lot of destabilized societies, I don't want to go into politics now. There are a lot of cases where men are being genocided. Then the women have to protect their group because the men are so genocided that the women have to now take up the masculine group to now protect, not protect in that sense, like protect everyone, but to support their men and be masculine. There are many cases like that across history. So the point I'm making is that I feel like we should not look at it that, there's a unified, one rigid rule that makes a man and a woman. Of course, they are physiologically different. Of course, they are psychologically different in so many ways. Of course, social expectations are different across time, but it's not rigid in stone. Because I feel like even women, like for instance, we have different personalities. There are some men that are very tough, that are thuggish, and there are some men that are balanced, and there are some men that are very feminine in the way they behave. It doesn't make them less of who they are as men. You see what I'm saying? And also, there are some men, they have so much muscle, but they can't really deal with life circumstances. They are very weak mentally. They are weak, but they have so many muscle. They have six packs. They have everything that women want sexually, right? Maybe I shouldn't use that. But in terms of when they get married and they are in relationships, they cannot deal with life circumstances. They can't deal with life hardships. Those marriages, a lot of times, those marriages tend to end up in divorce sometimes. Those same men that are highly desired. I was talking about white men. White men are the most desired in the United States. But despite that, they have one of the highest divorce rates. Despite the fact that they're the most desired. So it's not complicated. I'm not trying to disagree with anyone. I think it's more complicated than the way we see it. Like I was talking about how we need to evolve. So I'm not saying we should be like women.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, so I'll break it down now. Women's, if you're in a group, if you're in a workplace, for a small workplace, and you have, let's say, like 3 men and 5 women, there is a likelihood that within that age group, 8 employees, those 5 women, even if they're even of different race, there's a likelihood they will socially connect immediately. And they will start doing things together. Socially, they may even start going out together and all that. But men, the way we are wired is different in the sense that, like, you know, like a man seeing a man, like it may take a while before they might start getting to like get along or even socially. So you see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is that, like, as a man being among men, it will not just be easy for me to just open up about who I am easily, right? But for women, easily they can easily just flock together. You understand? That's also probably why, in terms of, like, if you look at the US now, the loneliness epidemic, you have more men that are lonely and isolated compared to women. Because women tend to have more social support groups compared to men. A man can feel like, you know, some men, the only time they can bond is maybe through things that bring them.
I want you to hold there, because we're going to, when we're winding down some of those areas and some of the places we'll begin to, because it brings into solution on how to solve all of we've discussed it. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to beg you to hold
no
on
problem.
so that I can come to Ike and AY. But before I come to them, I want us to dovetail into something slightly different, still on the subject matter. So in this issue of responsibility, remember, let's not forget it. Like Adam tried to remind us, we're still looking at whether men are taking care of themselves and all that. But it now brings us to the issue of partnership and marriage. Now, typically, a man marries across board. He doesn't look. A man that is wealthy is okay going to marry a woman who is not wealthy. He might even go and marry somebody he will come and give an education. He will train her. We see that happen. It happened in our parents' generation. It happened. If it's even happening still, it's in our generation still. You see men who have been accomplished. Maybe he lives in the Western world, for instance, then he goes home to go and marry somebody he has to prepare a passport for. She's never gone anywhere in her life. He gives her that. Why is it that women cannot marry outside their tax bracket? It is either a tax bracket that is within their tax bracket, but they will refuse to go down to a tax bracket most of the time that is not their tax bracket. But before we come there, because I'll come to Ike and then AY, let me play this to buttress that my point.
Being in Nigeria, I've learned that a lot of men go after women that look like they're doing well, or they are leveling up in their life, or the business is going well. Everyone, you know, they're making money. A lot of men aspire to be with women like that, even though they are doing well themselves. It's just part of their, you know, MO. And with Nigeria men, they know how to kind of pad things or package things for you to, you know, fall for them. And once you're in it, when you add your emotions to it, love will enter. That's just love is fleeting. So you can't really use love to kind of enter a relationship. I guess I'm speaking from experience. So dating within your tax bracket, I would say for me, anything below, I can't really do that anymore. I'm not in. Am I saying anymore? No, I feel like I've dated someone because I thought they were leveling up in their life, but it was just a facade. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I can't.
All right, so we heard that. That's coming from a lady. You know, like I said, a man will still go. It doesn't matter. As long as, oh, I love this person, or, oh, she has what I want, or whatever, he will. Yes, we will come to the fact that he's changing too, somehow. And we'll find out why he's changing eventually. That's why we'll be winding down gradually. But clearly, a lot of women will not marry below their tax bracket. You will see, most times you see, even when it has happened, you will see members of the woman's inner family saying, how is your money he's coming for, and all those kinds of things. So, Oga Ike, how do we strike this? What's your take on it? Why is it easy for the man to go down, but the woman is not allowed to go down?
Chim, you know, I don't think that God made a mistake by instituting the institution of marriage between a man and a woman. And when we talk about partnership or relationship or marriage, when we want to generalize things, it's very, very difficult for you to be able to find answer to the questions. Because the question is that, what are you really looking for in a marriage? What do you really want in a relationship or in a partnership? Are you looking for somebody who is wealthy? Or you're looking for somebody that can be able to understand you and complement you, and both of you will grow together? Just like what my sister Dama was saying. Because I really do not understand because the generation we live now is all about how much do you have in your bank account. If you don't have that estimation she is looking for, there is no marriage. Or, first of all, she will ask, what does he do for a living? How much does he have? There are so many things that comes up. We're living in an era where a man and a woman don't grow together to build together, to establish a family, build well together, and grow together, and be proud of what they have done. Most people now in the generation we live today, most people are looking for established men and women. And that's where you have all this, issue of the lady you just played at place. You cannot, because of the experience of one person, you decide that, okay, you cannot go below you anymore because he had an experience with one person. I mean, we are living in a very wide world, right? So my point is that, first of all, you as a man or woman should be able to know, what do you really want in a relationship? Because if you don't know what you want in a relationship, that's where the problem comes. If you are going to get married to me because of the money I have, you should remember that money comes and go. Those material things you are seeing, that's why you are coming to me, can disappear tomorrow. And if those material things disappear tomorrow, so where is the love? Where is the relationship? Where is the marriage? Where is the companionship? Where is what it used to be? Because it was there. Now that is no more there, we begin to see a different you. So that's why I am saying that, personally, I cannot generalize what is going on in the world that we live today, because it's very, very difficult that people are looking for ready-made men and women, and that's because of that our young men are getting into crime. Like what Father was talking about, a boy of 20 years for now. A boy of 20 years, what life has he seen? What does he know about life? In reality, the Nigerian context we live today, a boy of 20 years by now is still in the university, for example. Even there are some that are still in secondary school at the age of 20 years. So that's why young men today, they are looking up to those young men and women who have been able to make it in life. Oh, I want to be like Obi Kubana. I want to be like Obi Kubana, chief priest. Nobody is trying to say the generation, by the time these people get to where they are today, what did they go through? Because I am speaking for me personally, as a man who came from a very poor family, who walked my way. I walked my way to where I am today. I wasn't doing it. Nobody helped me to get to where I was. And that's why life has taught me so many things. And that's why at the end of the day, I thank God for the children that I have. That I can tell you today, believe me, I'm not making a statement, that in my house today, my son is about 40-something years. But if they visit here and we're on the dining table, telephone and the video and whatever goes on, you don't use anything electronics while I am with you on the dining table. If we go to his house, when I go on vacation, the same thing. He put food on the table, everybody's going to eat. Everybody takes away that. Because that is something that started from when they were very small. It's not like, oh no, Dad, you can't tell me what I have to do. Are you going to tell me what I'm going to tell you what you got to do? In my own house, I make you who you are. So you can be on your own house. You can decide to do what you want to do with your own children. But as long as I am still living, and that's why every day is not, I'm not thanking God because I just thank God because God was able to mold my children for me with the help of, the grace of God. That they still remember from where they were coming from. They still remember the story of their parents. They still remember who their father was, because I did not fall from the blues. The story of my life, they know from day one. And that is the essence of why I'm saying today that the broken marriages you get everywhere today is because we are no more marrying because somebody loved Chim. It's no more about love, but it's all about what Chim can provide. And that's why that most relationship today is based on what can you provide. And when those things that we can provide, we forget that those things can disappear tomorrow. Right? So if it goes away, it doesn't mean that there is no relationship. It doesn't mean there is no marriage. It doesn't mean that there is no love. It doesn't mean that we are not even compatible, because there are so many things you find out. We are two different people that by the grace of God brought together, by love, to build as one. Irrespective of our different background and where we are coming from, what we do or whatever, right? So for me, Brother Chim, I think that men and women of the generations of today should still believe that there is still genuine love. And you and your man, or you and your woman, can work together to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Because most of the time, when you get those ready-made men or women, we are talking about a lot of men don't say anything. A lot of women don't complain. But we're living in a world now, people say what they feel. And the moment that the man is suffering because he was going to the woman because of what the woman has made, or because she's a ready-made woman, and by the time he walks into that door as husband, and you begin to see certain things that you cannot take as a man, because naturally you are supposed to be the head of your family. But you have surrendered you have surrendered your authority because of your quest for material things, your quest to go to a ready-made woman as a wife. You have surrendered the authority that God has given you as a man of the house. Because there is no way you can survive, because you surrendered your power, you surrendered your authority, you surrendered everything. But if it was a relationship that came together by believing that Chim is this man, irrespective of where he comes from, irrespective of what he has, I believe that we can work together, just like what my sister Adama said here. Both people, like he said here, there was something she said that I remember. He said there is no place written in the mortgage that is the man that has to pay for the mortgage. That which is true. If on the process of our relationship I lose my job and my wife is still working, will my wife say because I am supposed to be the head of the family, we are going to be pushed out of the house because I can no more provide anymore? So that's why I am saying, and that's why I stand, and I'm not going to change because of the changing world, because I am not following the world. I don't follow the multitude to commit sin. But I am standing on a solid ground because of my own personal life experience, that whosoever that want to get into any kind of relationship, let that relationship be based. Every marriage is like your car engine. If you wake up in the morning, there is no oil in your car and there is no water in your car, the moment you start that car is going to knock. That's what marriage is all about. Because where there is no love and trust, where you don't trust your partner, you don't believe in your partner, my brother, that is a problem. So I think generally, let me end like this. I think that, generalizing these things, there are so many things that are, like my brother Masca is from the north. The way, the culture, the traditions has to do about marriage in the North, still has to do with their faith in their religion, what they believe in most part. And when you come to the south of Nigeria, it's the same thing. Like Jide said here, there are so many, we have so many cultures and traditions that are an impediment to really having a very balanced relationship in our marriage. But I think that the younger generation today should understand that looking for already made man or woman, I don't think is the best. But both of you can work together, become ready made by both of you, working together and building a better family for your children. I end like that.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for that. Anyway, I'm coming to you, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to also respond to some of the things Uncle Ike has said. So, do you have a problem with ready-made man and woman meeting each other? Is there a problem with that? Do you see a problem with that? And then, how do you see this women not being willing to marry below their tax bracket? How do you see it? I know some people have said, oh, it's just a few people, but it's increasingly, I hear this a lot. People will say, they'll ask, what is your income level? Once the income level doesn't meet the threshold they're looking for, forget about it. Nothing like love. You're gone. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Oh man, good evening everyone from here. Good discussion so far. Well, I think a lot of people we are all speaking based on our experiences. Actually, I think based on the way we see these things, right? I wish we can be specific to the region we are speaking from. Like Masca, we know, yeah, it's from the north, it's in Nigeria. If you live in America, I think your opinion will be different. If you live in America, Canada, maybe UK. Like Mr. Ike is also speaking based on his generation and long time experience into marriage. So we'll always see different things. This is the way I see it. But the issue of tax bracket, to me, it is a no-brainer because the first problem that comes with that is, with my experience with my friends that are a bit rich, the women on the higher tax bracket, most time the kind of men they want, the men don't want them. This is the problem number one. Because the well-established men that are not really struggling financially, they want different kind of women. They don't want women that will come and be dragging. Once you come with that money thing, you put it on their face, they just tell you to exit. They are going to go. So this is one thing I usually tell my friends that are rich. I said, this is the reality. It's either you understand it or you don't. That is one part of it. I don't think that should be the goal. I think the goal is better established women, higher tax bracket, pay attention to the genuineness of men that come after them. Because when you look at it, anybody coming to look for you in marriage, either man or woman, trust me, something must motivate them. There must be a reason why a man is loving a woman. There must be a reason why a woman is loving a man. No matter how we try to deceive ourselves. That's the reality. It could be a form of beauty, it could be intelligence, it could be money, it could be family, it could be anything. It could be you are hardworking, could be you are a homekeeper. There are reasons men we see or women we see that will say, oh, I'm going to go with this guy. Then on the let me speak on America, Canada issue from experience. The big problem I see that, Like when Jide made a statement that the women are involved, sincerely, I kind of disagree with that statement. Because the big problem I see, I think the women our women, not the women, our women, they don't want to accept the reality. I'll give you an example. Like, they want the gender-based equality they discuss about. They want all the benefit that come with that, in form of brother rights, freedom. They want all that. But when it comes to the responsibility as regard to finance, most time it's a problem. They don't want to take part. This is one part of it. On the other side, there are women that are doing a lot. There are also men that are useless. There are women that are doing a lot in terms of supporting the family financially. I've seen these examples. They are still the one running the homes. It's form of cookie cleaning. There are men, they are horrible. They don't want to come in and assist this woman. I've seen these situations. They're actually contributing more. But the one that is more common is this idea where you see women, our women, they want to benefit from everything. Basically, they want the privileges of a white woman, but they don't want their responsibilities. So when you see the white family, they are the real example of a partnership. So money coming, most of them, they have single accounts. They basically focus on their family, immediate family, the children, them. They make sure they take care of everything. But Mr. Ike said one thing. Nowadays, we don't want to build. We are very selfish, especially our women. So one thing I tell my friends that women, I said, when I see this kind of situation, I will tell them, I say, listen, what do you want to do with your money? I'll give you an example. Like, you see, a man is doing a lot, pay mortgage or rent, is pay car note, is pay insurance, is pay literally everything. The women think it's not their responsibility. I agree, it's not their responsibility from where we are coming from. But the moment you cross the border, this is our understanding in Nigeria. This is the actual truth. But one thing they are missing that is very important. Most of our mothers, our grandmothers, they were housewives. This housewife, our men were not doing much. The only thing they focus on, go to the farm, go work, bring money to the women raise the children, the women take care of the house. Most are no house help. The women, that is a job. A woman that is a housewife, she's doing her job. That's a job on its own. Now, you want to be like your mother, you come to abroad, you are in America, for example, you are working full-time, the man is working full-time. If the man is happy at home, in form of house chores, is happy to school runs, all that, everything, happy you to do whatever at home. You want to keep your money. Why do you want to keep your money? Because now, don't forget, let's say you have children you are taking to daycare. You want the man to pay for them. If you were home, if you were sitting at home, taking care of the children, the man will not pay that money. So the easiest thing to do is you need to come in and assist that man. You have to take some responsibility. This is very important because these issues are causing big issues that some women don't want to even understand them. What they do with their money, they start buying property back home. Some of them, they focus more on their family. Nobody is saying don't assist your family, but you have to understand that this is your immediate family. Your husband cannot be struggling. He want to die, looking for money to pay bills. You will take all your money and just send them to family or whatever, just for the man to suffer. I think the understanding is very important because the issue of property, where I don't have problem if women want to have their own properties, but one thing we need to know, people need to come as one, especially when you have children with a man or woman. don't forget, whatever you people hold belongs to the children majority of the time. So why are you even fighting? So this mindset is going to help the family more to know that, okay, we are building. If you don't have children with a man or a woman, it's even a different case. The moment you have children with a man or a woman, sincerely, in the end, everything will belong to either one person and the children. You can't take it. One person cannot take it, especially here, because in the case of divorce, you marry a woman for 20 years, the courts are going to split that property. So why are you not contributing so that when they split, it's fair to everybody? So I think they understand these issues. It's just that they don't want to comply most times. Then when we also need to tell the men the truth. Some of our men are also horrible. They come to America, the person is going to tell you, oh, my father don't used to cook. Are you really? When your wife is working full-time like you no, I can't wash plate. Who the heck are you? Like, you got to help your wife. The dynamic is completely different. I usually tell people, if I'm in Nigeria, I can get 2 house help. I say, oh, I don't want to do house chores. You cannot live in the West. There is no way out, especially if you don't have the finance to say, let me hire a house, somebody to come and be helping my wife maybe twice a week. You have to help. You have children, you have to learn how to take care of children. You have to learn all this stuff because only your wife cannot do it. You're gonna care. Only your wife cannot do it. You have to come in. So the most important is that understanding. Man and woman, they need to really come together and help each other out. Not even if in terms of, oh, you know what? I washed plates yesterday. Today is your turn. No. People should look for a way when they are really genuine, they understand the goal, they work together to raise children, you can have surplus as a matter of fact. There are things you can do. Both of you can have side income in form of business, form of doing some kind of trading. There are things you can do. If they are genuine, you can even make extra money to take care of your family without even touching your salary. But because of the greed, everybody is hiding, everybody is just doing the way they want. It gets more complicated. You are suffering, the man is suffering. Thank you. So I will end it for now.
Thanks, Ewa. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I mean, hopefully people will see where you're coming from with some of the submissions you made. So Dexter, I presume you understand where we are and what we're discussing. The overall topic, although we are dovetailing into different things, is, health, culture, and masculinity. Do African men really take care of themselves? We've discussed a lot of things. And then we've come down to the issue of, so a lot of men make sacrifices. Excuse me, they work and they make sacrifice to take care of the family and provide responsibly. But as we are evolving and times are changing, we know that when a man is trying to look for a partner, he might look for beauty, agreed. Yes, he might look for somebody who can cook, agreed. But hardly do men consider and say, oh, if the person doesn't have money, it's not working, I'm not marrying you. But when women need to make those choices, financial bases are always at the top of the list. Even if the woman, for instance, does not consider that, you will find out that friends and family will be pushing for those things. You will see a situation where a wife's or a lady's mother will like, oh, this person can't take care of you, doesn't have money. Or you see maybe a wealthy lady from a wealthy home, they will start thinking that the guy is coming after the family's resource and all those things. That's why he's trying to marry her. So in all of this, what's your take? You can come at it from whatever angle you want. After that, I'll come to Jaguar and then we'll start winding up gradually.
All right, Chim, thank you very much. And greetings to everybody on the panel. Thank you for the topic. First of all, just to address some of the questions you have raised, I think it's just normal. Even let's not even make it cultural. It's just normal. Like women, the way they are, the structure of a woman's wiring of thinking is naturally taken care of. So it's just normal. Like a woman will be thinking if she's getting married, you know, or if she's staying with somebody, the person needs to be able to, you know, have some capacity to take care of her, you know. And it's not necessarily that we tend to just monetize it. It's not, I don't think it's just about money, really. Although in the present day and age, it just looks about money. But the ability to take care of somebody encompasses money, you know, it just, you know. And then as men, the truth is, with responsibilities, with there are some powers you get, and it gets some trade-off, you know. So when people talk about a man's ego, we shouldn't look at it in a negative light, really. It's in a man's ability to be able to say, I have to get something done, I have to work hard, I have to go for it. That's it, you know. He cannot be laying back and looking for someone to help him do it. He has to go for it. He has to put his best. He has to put his best foot forward. You know, that's what you want. It's just like a football team. You want players that are leaders, you know, that want to take the bull by the horn. You know, but when it comes to marriage and all the issues we have, I also think it also comes from upbringing and the culture around where people are brought up. Some people are brought up around the culture of, for example, in Nigeria, have nannies. Okay, so a man will just go and he won't do anything at home. He won't touch a pin. He won't give a child a bath. He won't do anything. He just has nannies doing all that. But if that kind of man comes to the West, it's completely different, you know. But you also have people in Nigeria also who, it's not because of lack of resources, but they were so disciplined that it was not about nannies. They found their parents who had resources, but their parents didn't employ nannies. Their parents made them responsible. You know, and you find out that the child coming from that background of being responsible, no nannies, you do your laundry by yourself, you wash your plates, that child won't have an issue. That's a boy coming from that background won't have an issue. You won't see doing things domestically in the house as a, you know, like it's a woman thing. And these things go far back, you know, in generations far back, you know, even when we're thinking, maybe in the 1940s, you had families that were raised on principles. And I think it's something that the one of the biggest problems I think we have in Africa is that we don't have a strategic goal of where we want our society to be. So if you want to change all these narratives, is that you would have a strategic goal that for the next 20 years, this is the culture we will drive, this is what we will teach, so that the children that are coming out from teenage years to youthfulness, that's what they will just start living like. But in Africa, we don't seem to have that kind of strategic mindset that, okay, the next 20 years, this is what the generation will be looking like. Maybe in the West, they have that. But in the West, obviously, after the Second World War, women had to go into manufacturing, men had to go into industry, and things had to change. The other part of it is that we don't really have so much education in Africa that when you get money, if you don't get money just to keep it in your pocket, you get it to be responsible. And I think that's the part that many women in Africa don't still get. That when you get paid, if you're married to a man, you're not getting paid so you keep your money for yourself and say, he takes care of me. No, that's not why you're getting paid. You're getting paid to be responsible. So when you get paid, I know that you have some men who are very naughty about it, but for me, the woman gets paid is to be responsible. And if you're in a partnership with somebody, then you have some responsibilities to meet. That's the way I say it. You have some responsibilities, so you don't get your money and say, my money is for me, and then his money is to be spent. But that's the general mentality. That's the average Nigerian girl sees it like that. His money is our money to take care of all of us, and then my money is for me. Now, if a lady has that mentality, then I don't blame her. I don't begrudge a guy who has the mentality that then I might as well not do anything. You know, and you still have these kind of things happening in the Western world here today, where you have women who are earning money, but they want the man to bleed all his resources. And I don't support that, because that's where we come to men not taking care of themselves. Because you have some men bleeding all their resources to take care of the family. And the truth about it is that if that man goes broke, that woman most likely will find someone else. So men have to make a conscious effort. And I tell my friends, make a conscious effort to invest in yourself. If you are working for someone, pay yourself. That's not your fault. Pay yourself. Don't just look at when they pay you, then you say, no, pay yourself, your own self-worth. So you value yourself for a certain figure, so that you take care of yourself. Because if you don't, it's not all women. You have some good women, I have to say. But you also have situations whereby the moment the pocket runs dry, you have some women that would literally castigate. I read a story today of what happened in Nigeria. A guy, a Nigerian, I was in the military or so. He lived in, he bought a house. His gratuity was used to buy a house for his family. When he was in work, at civil service, when he was in work, everything was going well. He bought a house. They were all living there. But after he retired, like they say, he became a non-entity in his own house. Like the mother had taken the children. They were living in the house with him, but he was not important anymore, because obviously the money was not coming. He was not meeting their needs anymore. And the truth about it is, when you're meeting people's needs, you are important to them. The moment you're not meeting their needs, especially financially, you're not important. And what happened next? The man was lost for like 2 years. He became a shell of himself. And it happens to men when you are treated like you're irrelevant, you become a shell of yourself. So what did he do? He quietly arranged to sell the house. He didn't tell anybody. Quietly arranged. He sold the property for a large amount of money. Didn't tell them. And went and bought a smaller property somewhere else. He gradually moved out from the house. Say he was taking his clothes for dry cleaning, gradually moved out, and then finally disappeared. They didn't him. At first, they didn't bother. They didn't call him. 1 month he was not there, nobody called him. 2 months he was not there. But it was when the new owners of the property came and they started giving them quick notice that this building has been sold. That's when they remembered to call him and start calling him about the property. So the question is, why are you calling him now? Why are you bothered about him? When he was lost for 2 months, nobody bothered about him. And he told them, I'm sorry, the property is gone. I've sold it. That's the new owner. And he started a new life. These stories are real. You have men that have suffered in these kind of stories. So men need to take care of themselves. And the truth about it is that women, as women age, women build more of a bubble. Women build groups. And men actually, because they're so focused on work, and we don't actually build a community. Men don't build communities whereby they can, talk to each other, because that's where the ego is not good. Because that's what men need to do. You need to build communities where you come out and talk and express yourself and get advice, so that you are not making the wrong decision. That's what men need to do. Take care of themselves well, so that, you won't just drift away. And also make the women in the relationship with them responsible, not because you want to take their money, but when somebody invests something, then the person will not want to just lose it anyhow. If you go to, not like I subscribe to everything this guy said. So this guy, Gege, and if anybody follows Gege's university, Gege's university. I don't subscribe to everything he says, but some things he says make sense. It's where your heart is. Where your treasure is where your heart will be. If somebody has invested in a relationship, invested material, invested emotion, the person will not just want to tear it down. The person will, so make sure that both parties invest. Thank you, Chim.
All right, thank you, Dexter. So, but I don't know, do I agree with you that if somebody has invested in something, they will not want to tear down? There could be, somebody may have even over-invested, but feels tired to continue something. Don't you think so?
If both parties have invested, if both parties have put their hands together.
But supposing one has done practically 90 or even 100%.
No, that's not proportionate. That's why I say as a man, you should try and make sure that even your partner, if you have a wife, make sure, even if you have the capacity to do 90, encourage the person. Because that's one of the problems we men have. You know, you want to be Odogu, you want to show off, you know, maybe you are from Anambra, you know, I want to show. Stay, I will spoil you, don't do anything, you know. Now, you don't do that. That's my own personal, don't do that, even if you can. Allow the woman, give her a sense of responsibility, you know, to invest. Now, giving her a sense of responsibility means that you give her some powers too, because we can't make her invest and then she will not have decision making. So, you know, so you have to have that trade-off. Because when she's investing, you will find out that, you know, a typical example, I think, is it Pep Guardiola? Him and his wife have invested so much in their family. But because he was staying so long in England, he started causing they started having they parted ways. Do you understand? But they have invested so much that even when they parted ways, they don't want to really part ways because of how much they have invested. You know, and I think this is his last season because she wants him to come back to Spain, and because he's focusing so much in England, like this football has taken him too much. And she has invested in that relationship, but she doesn't really want it to go. So they are still trying to patch things off. You know, so that's the way I think.
All right, Jaden, welcome to the show. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. So you've heard the topics. You've heard. I'm not sure what question to throw at you because we've discussed a lot of things. But the foundational conversation.
No need to throw any subject, sir. I'm with you.
All right. So the foundational conversation is around. Do African men care for themselves enough? So based on all the other things you've heard, you can decide to because we're gradually winding down, actually. Go ahead.
Sure. My greetings to everybody. Interesting subject, I suppose. And it's good that you're doing it on a Friday and not disturbing Forefathers show. Well done. I would like to put it to everyone that this is quite a deep subject if we really want to tackle it. It's deep in the sense, historically, how cultures have changed, obviously led by the cultures of the West, and how we are drawn to Western cultures. In the West, time before, women would stay at home, they wouldn't work, and they'll concentrate their energies and efforts on the family. And it's not to say that they won't work, but the job of raising children to a point where a man can take over in raising those children was timely due to age group. So by the time a child is coming into his teenage years and crossing over into his adolescence, the man would have more skills, have more to offer that child in entering into the real world, so to speak. Now, my parents, they shared the responsibility because they were in the UK most of the time. So cooking, cleaning, shopping, all these things that some people would say is a woman's job, that wasn't necessarily the way I was brought up. I was brought up knowing how to cook, knowing that my father cooked, knowing that my father did everything. You know, given his position in life, in his profession, that didn't take away from his responsibilities at home. I'm quite surprised to hear people speaking about Nigerian women or even Nigerian men and belittling them in a certain way. And maybe that's their experience. I don't know. But I would say that's a bit of a shame of an experience, given the fact that my understanding of what it is to be a Nigerian is that responsibilities are shared. And there is a deep respect for women, especially in our Yoruba culture. There's a deep respect for what women do and who women are, and that they are not downtrodden in such a way that it speaks of an archaic, historic practice. You know, if I think of my two grandmothers, my aunties, they're very proactive and have been, both at home and at work. But having said this, I think we have to understand that a lot of these things that have taken place in the Western world that we are always drawn to and jealous of, these are practices that are deeper than what we see on the surface. Many of these practices are manipulated to restructure the society. Women working was about collecting more tax. That's what it's about. Nothing else. It was not about you. We may think it's about women's leverage or women's equality, women's positioning. But if you ask most women in the West today, they'll prefer to be housewives. The majority of them would prefer to be housewives. They don't like the fact of waking up every morning to go somewhere and give their life to their office. They don't really like the fact they work and they do it. But if you listen to them well, you'd understand that, man, is this life? Is this my life? Is this what I want to be doing? So I think we have to be balanced and suggest to ourselves that the way we raise our families is down to our tradition. When I was in Spain, the women kind of behaved to me like African women. The way that they would look after a man, it was quite different from Northern Europe. Southern Europe and their women and their culture is quite different from Northern Europe. Now, you know, I want to say a few more things, but I'm not quite sure how to put them, to be honest. However, I think as men, definitely we need to look after ourselves and we need to understand how to look after ourselves. And many of us have already passed the structure of how you look after yourself as a man. You know, those men who are athletic, forget that they may be extremely intelligent, but those men who are athletic from youth and carry that on throughout their life, if you see most of those kinds of guys, they look structured. You won't be able to necessarily easily tell their age because of their physicality. A man needs his physicality throughout his life. It's not just when you're young. You need that physicality throughout your life. So exercise or doing things that exercise your physicality is very important for any man to keep up his health. Your health does not keep itself up. It doesn't keep itself up for a man being lazy or adding to the stresses of the body and mind. You know, when you add to the stresses of the body and mind, you're going to be ill. You are going to be ill. Stress is our number. Me, I'm not a stressful individual. I don't see myself as stressful, as stressed. However, I have diabetes. And when I first attained diabetes, if you like, I was asking, how is this caused? Well, he started breaking it down, sugar, this one, that one. I said, nope, 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 nope. And then he came to the point, are you a businessman? I said, yeah. He said, businessmen hold a lot of stress and that businesses that are successful, that stress can dissipate. But a businessman going through a lot of businesses that become unsuccessful, that stress is maintained. And I looked at myself and I thought, you know what? That's me. Actually, that is me. And it gave me an understanding of how I have this thing called diabetes. So I'll put it to us that for me personally, I don't like that both the women and men on this platform have been putting down what it is to be a Nigerian in terms of family. Even though I have to listen, but that's not my experience. What I see and feel and understand around me is that it does take a village to raise a child. And I was raised in that atmosphere. I was raised in an environment where my aunties, my uncles, my grandmother, my grand aunt, my great grandfathers, they all looked after me, man. And I got a lot from them in understanding how it is that any individual needs to raise themselves. The difficulty that we find here in the West, especially as Nigerians, I feel is because we are falling into the culture of the place that we've gone to. So if we're in the UK, we'll find ourselves entertaining a lot of white women and entertaining their culture. Same thing in America. When I look at the Black Americans, sometimes I look at them and think they're crazy. FBA and the other one. All these, I'm looking at them. Is this coming from your mouth, or have you been entertained by the CIA to start speaking rubbish against our people? Actually, I thought that was going to be your subject, Tim, to be speaking about what's going on in South Africa with the rubbish that they're doing down there with their rubbish mindset. And kind of,
I don't want us to preempt. I want to leave that for so that GD and we'll have some subject matter tomorrow to talk about.
Sure. But that's what I thought, and I came to your station to just check it out. And as I've been listening, I feel that we Black people in the West, we are not at home, and we should realize that we are not at home, and that we are going to entertain the cultures of our host nation.
Okay.
And that is a great shame for me, because it means that you keep nothing. Here in the UK, I can tell you for free, the Indian, Pakistani, those communities, they keep themselves to themselves because they don't know. They know that they don't want to enter into the culture of the European because they don't like it. They don't see it as theirs. They don't see it as forward going. So whilst it's taking us one generation to break down into Europeanizing ourselves, it's taken about it's taken about 2 or 3 for the Asians, if you like, to have any breakdown at all in their family structure. So I think we need to understand these things and look at them carefully. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. So Saxonia.
Tim, sorry, I want to make an observation before I leave.
Okay.
Somebody said in the comment section that I said that I am controlling my son at the age of 40 years. That's not what I said. I said that I have a golden rule in my house. It did not start before when there was gadget. It started many years ago because I called my dining table a communion for my family. Because if you are growing up with, if you have little kids when they're growing up, it is when you are on your dining table. For me, I don't know of any other person, is when I'm on the dining table, sitting at the head of my family. That's when I have time to look at my kids on their faces and ask them what's going on with their lives. So it has started with my life for so many years. Till today, my 2 grandsons is the same thing. My son, when it's time for them to eat, their TV game, everything, they turn it up. They go to dining table because it's something that when
I don't think you need to over explain that, sir.
No, because somebody said, I mean, sometimes people in the comment section try to everything is about joke.
Sorry.
I think you should discount these commentators.
Sorry, let me Masca, sorry, hold on, don't be offended, guys. You see, initially comment section used to piss me off. I think I've evolved. Trust me, I don't even look. Sometimes I laugh at what people write and I just go on with my life. I've been called all sorts of names in this group, but you know what? Listen, hey, I think it's part of the fun. You know, what I attribute this to is my university days. There were people who used to sit at the back of the auditorium in the class. We used to call that place popular side. So it takes a lot of courage to sit with those people. If you don't want to sit, that's where the people just say all sorts of things. They sit there. If you want to focus on the lecture, you go to the front. But there are days I've sat with those people. I intentionally say, but I wanted to relax and laugh. That's where all the fun goes on. But that's not to say that I don't understand the point you're making. For me personally, when the dining table is not a place to bring the fun to. I agree with that. Trust me, I'm that old school enough to say that. When you're eating, put the phone away, focus on the meal. And dining moments are times to catch up. So if everybody's on their phone and they're eating, how are you going to have that conversation? That's what a lot of people in this generation don't understand. However, it is an epidemic in this generation because I personally think people are going to start having hunchback very soon. Because I work in the university and I drive around the university. But every time I go around the university, I see people like this on their phone. And then they're all wearing earbuds. I've worked in a radio station. The rule of thumb in a radio station is you keep one ear open. You keep one ear open. That's how you know what's going on in the environment. Because when you're blocked and all you're hearing, if there's a fire or anything, you're stuck there. Or if the producer wants to pass a message across to you, you wouldn't hear it. But I see people in this generation, everybody covers their ears. They're just going like zombies. And I make a laugh of it all the time. So I get you. I don't think you need to bother yourself over explain yourself. Some of those people are just taking a little friendly gig at you. Sometimes it's not necessarily very as deep as we think it is. So I get you, sir. But if you might want to stay, let us finish. I will appreciate that. Let Saxonia.
No, I want to take a lead because I have something on my plate. If I finish in time, I can join back if you don't.
Okay.
We see each other tomorrow. God bless you.
Problem,
Thank you for the
No, Mr. Ike, don't leave. I was the one that said it. I was just playing around with you.
No problem. No hard feelings. I have somebody in my door.
No, I was just talking shit. I was playing around with you.
God bless you, sir.
Okay. All right, Sonia. So I don't know what you've been listening for from the beginning. I don't know. I'm going to just give you like 3-4 minutes so that we can go to the very last.
What are we even talking about? Because I said the whole conversation is all over the place.
So the original conversation and nothing. If there's any way you want to take it to, I'm okay with it. Basically, what we're trying to discuss, they're all intertwined. Is I have a perception that men don't take care of themselves. From the Nigerian perspective, you see, and Mr. Ike would left to give a good example of it. You see a man is sick. Take time off and go and fend to your health. He still goes to work. He's still trying to do everything and money. I've seen people die walking. People have dropped dead. I have an ex-colleague. Unfortunately, I can't mention his name. He's so rest in peace. This guy was walking and dropped dead. I think he dropped dead inside the elevator. Dropped dead. Because he was working to provide and he was sick. He had something he needed to take time off, but he didn't want to. I've had a director we had to lift him into his car and they drive him home. Fortunately, that one didn't die. Pressure of work, trying to provide for the family. So but my belief is that the Caucasian knows how to have fun. The Caucasian will use his credit card and go on a vacation. He doesn't freaking care. But we black people are always careful. And I'm not trying to, advise on going to incur debt. What I'm just simply saying is we don't take time to sit back and enjoy. We don't even have places to go where we can go have therapy, which is going to be part of what we're ending with. So Jide has, everybody has said all sorts of things and nobody is wrong. We've all brought angles to it. And we've dovetailed now into, because the man is taking care, how does his partner in the relationship contribute? And it has brought us to the fact that men, black men at least I know, when we're married, you don't consider the wealth of the lady. If you love her, or maybe it's physical beauty you're looking at, or maybe can she cook, can she wash? Those are the things you look out for. But when a woman is at that top bracket financially, if she's looking, she's careful. Who is she bringing into her life? Because she's trying to protect her wealth and her money. So, yeah, you can take it off from any angle, and then we'll go into the last section and close.
Right. Okay. So, I heard Jagan talk about men taking care of themselves, like you said. And I think that's necessary. But the truth is, a lot of men, we don't. And a lot of men, and I don't think it's just because of the fact that we can't. I think there's just that complacency about a man that subconsciously he feels kind of weak to go find out if there's something wrong with him. So you see a lot of times, especially like if you have a partner, you could complain like, I don't feel too good, or your partner could even look at you like, you've been working yourself to death. When is your annual coming up, for example? Why don't you go do it? Or why don't you go check if you feel some kind of pain? And most men, and myself included, like, no, I'm good. It'll be all right. It'll resolve itself. and you have the woman over there worried, telling you, go see a doctor. Go. And then maybe when you go to the doctor, then they tell you either there's nothing or, whoa, it's so good that you came in time, you know. Then to the other part about how the marriage issue, women going higher outside of their tax bracket. But it's always been like that. Women have always married up, men have always married down. You'll see a man, he's worth 10, 15, 20 million dollars, and he does not mind marrying a woman that earns minimum wage in McDonald's. He doesn't. This has always been what we men do. But women, on the other hand, will always suit up. But there's a caveat to it. Because of the way women are wired, if a woman likes you enough, regardless of how much she's worth, she does not mind coming down to your level. She doesn't. Now, it takes a lot for a woman to feel that connected to a man, or to respect him to that level, or to love him to that level. So usually what you see in terms of relationships, you see the whole Cinderella story, where the princess Cinderella, she's poor. She didn't look poor the night he seen her though, but even after he found out she was poor, he still wanted to marry her. Someone said something very imperative. I don't think he explained it properly, was Dexter. And he said, with women, you always have to make sure that they invest in you. And that's true. I think personally, I don't think you have to push it, because I always think things have to be organic. If I ask by a show of hands, for example, how many men here as a woman just looked at it and said, let's go out on a date, and maybe she spent $1 if that's what she could afford, or she spent $500 because she has it like that. Or she gives gifts, for example, just because. A lot of men say they've never experienced this. I remember on Twitter, this was a big deal. And people were like, oh, it's impossible, women will not give you gifts. No, but that's not true. If a woman likes you enough, if she respects you enough, and if she loves you enough, she'll do these things without prompting. So I don't, with the Nigerian style relationship, and again, pardon me because I'm talking my experience. What I'm seeing right now, a lot of times, is that a lot of Nigerian relationships are money-based. Now, this might be as a result of how the world is presently being structured, so everything is like a business transaction. But I think, again, I'll just say it all goes back to how the woman feels about you. You know, I guess if you carry yourself properly, you have charisma, maybe these boundaries might come your way, because this health thing we're talking about, can you imagine your woman's looking at you? Because the way, let's try to think about how women think, for example. And we're not women, but I'm just trying. What do women want? They want a provider, they want a protector. Okay, you got the money, but you got the belly of a pregnant man that's 6 months old. And then that money goes, there's no attraction, she's out of the door. I mean, that's just one physical aspect, because we know women don't look at men the way we look at women. You know, they're not all about just physical. If that was the case, someone like Notorious B.I.G. would not have all these women surrounding him, right? So I just think...
Well, isn't it his money? Isn't it his money that attracts
No, well, his money probably played a part, but I'm thinking about the B.I.G. that was in Bed-Stuy coming up. He didn't have money. He had charisma, a lot of it. And you can have money, at the same time you can have money and still not be able to bag chicks.
Yep.
You can have all the money. You'll pay for the things. That's good. But once that money is gone, or once she thinks she got what she wants, she's out the door. So it's a blend. Like Jagan was saying, how you take care of yourself. Dex is saying, make them invest in the relationship too, and it's just a whole lot of things. I don't think it's a one size fits all. There's something we can all discuss from now and keep discussing what the women want and what the men want.
All right. So there's a last video I'm going to play that kind of synchronizes into this direction we've gone. And
Can I just say, before you do that, I think the points that have just been underlined by BBR are very, very, very important. The word charisma is a serious thing. And I heard someone speaking earlier that Nigerian men are this and that, very, very, very negatively. And whilst I could side them in some ways, I really feel that Nigerian men are. I understand when I see all these videos talking about Nigerian men and what they contain. And it's not just one woman from one region, it's women from all over the world. And as far as I'm concerned, it's true. The charisma of a Nigerian it's beyond. Maybe we ourselves don't understand it. Me, I understood it from my father and saw what he was up to. Him and my uncle. They used to terrorize the whole of Europe. Terrorize it. Back in 1950 something. And when I saw the photographs and all the women that they were playing with, I'm thinking, Rascal, this man, you know what I mean? But all of a sudden, as I'm coming into adolescence, I have this thing automatically. And I remember in my youth, chancing women with my shy nature at the time. But I was getting away with so much with this shy nature. But there was an honesty and a charisma that I was offering. And as a Nigerian, I think we're quite honest. As much as we lie, I think deep down we have an honesty that we want to bring out. And that honesty is well appreciated by women. And I think that's important just to say for the platform.
Okay.
Women, they're not easy. Whilst our man is correct, Jide, speaking about Oyinbo, white people are the number one men wanted in the world. That is true. However, we, from our lonely or high position, we're getting away with so much. The realization has come through. Just wanted to say that. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem. So I'm just going to play this last video, and then from forefathers, we'll just go down everybody, and we'll call it a wraps. It kind of feeds it. There are portions where the person speaking speaks in Yoruba, but there is a subtitling for us to be able to understand what's going on.
I've never bought King to CB one lot monitor me because I have high blood pressure now. Because of this rubbish, I just came out of depression. I don't want all these guys. Do you know how many guys have died all in the name of because they got it wrong, because they married to a wrong person, because they married to someone very selfish, self-centered. You spend all your money on them, because of this lady. At a point, I love cars. I used to sell cars. I have a tray plate in the UK. Couldn't drive the type of car I want because I want to give her a good life. Do you know how painful that was for someone to walk away out of the marriage? Do you think if I had asked her father, or if I had asked her to bring 5 million naira and then she invested, do you think she walk away that way? You wouldn't understand. So we need to tell these younger ones so that they don't fall a victim. Do you understand? There's no big deal about it. There's no whatever. Everybody, we have our past. We made mistakes. So when she got to that is when I know that she had her own plan. But I didn't know. The big thing. Where she started from is yeah, she will be cooking. Yeah, this woman will sit down in the bedroom, and and then she will burn the whole, do you understand? Burnt my food, burnt everything. Not the first time, not the second time, just to muliaye sumi. Tawada soroba yi omanuel ole yan okulodi. Omanuel ole ati oti yan mi lodi olo amanyi o yan mi lodi olose meta lo. Ba ti ye leyin pe in the morning ki le ve kin se fun e. That's what I want to eat in the morning. The morning nothing. And that's the end of the conversation for the day. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's good. There are beautiful girls in Nigeria. If you want to come here to pick any girl. She's not doing pretty well. She has not even, fly on local flight between Nigeria. Don't date her. No, my sister. My sister.
Because that happened to you.
Let me tell you. I want you to be firm with me.
There are good girls who haven't traveled,
But
who does not have the opportunities to go everywhere.
Okay.
It does not mean they are going to be bad in the future.
let me tell you, they are 1 out of 10. To now find that 1 out of 10, but she have a lot of funny.
Get the statistics.
Dude, it's out there, my sister. No, I have my evidences. I know what I'm talking about.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, so did anybody not understand what transpired there?
Wait, let me ask a quick question. Was it only me or was the video skipping?
Yeah, I think originally they cut it so that they could, get to the nitty-gritty of stuff.
Oh yeah, because it just kept skipping like every 3 seconds for me.
Yeah, they went.
Well, I got the gist of. I'll listen to you guys.
All right, so forefathers, I'm back to you. We are back to all we were discussing, and this is by way of closing. Yes, we started with, because part of this whole mental care for men, like you heard that man say, he was going through depression. He was in a relationship where he felt he was being taken advantage of. This person was not bringing anything to the table, and then he stressed him out. And now he concluded by giving an advice that any person who's going to date anybody, this person has not. So it literally is bringing us back to where I said the women used to be. So men are now suddenly saying, okay, you know what? What are you two bringing? You're not bringing anything, I'm not interested. That's practically what he is saying. So what's your take on that perspective and, what you understand from the video? And as a way of closing, you give your closing remark, because as we're doing it, we're just going to go around and close and end the broadcast.
Yeah, let me address the previous this thing, but I didn't get a chance to add to the not wanting to date somebody at your own level discussion. I think generally women have historically been, to use the term hypergamous, as they always want to marry somebody of a higher quality, higher status. And it does make sense if you think about it, because I've always said men may be more potent, but women are more valuable. I think they also have a finite number of reproductive eggs, if I'm not mistaken, while men have got billions upon billions busy people trying to get into the action. So even what is going on within a female's body indicates selectiveness. And the same happens outwardly too. So they have to be quite selective about the mate that they choose. Hence, they want to always choose the best men. As a matter of fact, in the animal kingdom, you see that quite a lot.
So, can you explain that again? They have to select
the best sample of men available.
For what?
For reproduction, so that the next generation will be stronger and more effective.
So shouldn't it have been the guys who decide that? Why is it the men and women that want deciding that?
You would like to think that you control these things, but nature has already written its own scripts, and women do the selection generally of the way the next generation come along. And if you look at it, even in the animal, you can say the men also contribute, because if the man is strong enough, he will dominate the other men, and the women give way. There are some animals that actually it's only one man that actually breeds, while the other men are just hangers on, like total losers. So it's quite interesting, and that is in a way represented in the human society, in the hypergamous nature of women. And because women, the reason why they are more valuable, they can only have as many children. They have only as many opportunities to have children. So you can't expect to be given any loser or winner here and there. You have to be quite selective in that process. And then while after the woman selects openly, there's also a selection that goes on underneath again. So the selection is a marathon where the men are trying to have children, have the next generation, but the woman is trying to make sure that they select the best candidate. So and that is what nature has done, and it works because you filter out the losers, because you don't want somebody to be walking around with one eye, one this thing, not effective, basically can barely function in society. Then that one goes and procreates. That is not, you're not going to have a society that is functional. And you have to have the ones that have succeeded, have wealth, because those wealth and success indicates that they are capable. And if they are capable, they should be able to procreate. And also, the appearance of people also gives away the idea that they are also capable. Because if people look very good, generally it indicates that they grow up in an environment that has productive adults. Maybe they come from a good lineage. People that have, so that's why people use looks too. These things are not vain; they are actually signals of virility and people that are capable to produce the next generation. So yes, and I think women should be like that. Because if we change that, if we change it, I don't think it's going to go well for us. Because before long, you're going to have generation after generation that are not effective and you die off. And that is how biology don't care. It just don't care. You have to be effective, and women do the filtering. From that point of view, I support them. But about this video you played about, something about the woman taking him from, after spending on the woman, and somehow he lost out. I'm not so sure he should be, even this case he's given, I'm not so sure the lady is guilty. The lady might just be a bad cook. Sometimes when women can cook, he just assumes that the lady is trying to frustrate his life. And that lady didn't even question him on that. Maybe it's a longer video that they caught. So sometimes, especially when you're in the West, relationships become unstable because generally the dynamics change. The women find that they may be more valuable than the man. Because generally, most Nigerian men marry women that are younger. And then when you go overseas, the woman will be like, why am I married? Stuck with this old cacos. I should go with a slightly younger person. So you can see how the relationship can become misaligned when you get to the West, and then you have problems. And those are the kind of things you want to give, that's prepare. A smart person, if you have a partner in Nigeria, you have to prepare them and say, okay, this is what's going to happen, and let them know that this is the dynamics that is going to change. And also prepare that it could not work out for you. Don't expect that because you spend money for somebody, they are necessarily going to be there for you. So these are the risks people take in life. And because if you know that, you have not lost anything. You see what I mean? Because if you prepare for that, you will know that, okay, well, even if she goes, I'm aware this could happen. But if she doesn't go, all good, everything is all good. Instead of coming on the TV programs crying about the lady that left you and stuff like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so just quick question for you before you go. Because there's supposed to be emotion involved in it. So if everybody goes, and I understand what you're saying, it's more like prepare your mind. If everybody goes about with that level of coldness, that's what I choose to call it, how do you think society will look like?
It doesn't mean that you will not feel it, but it just means that you will not be bitter, and you will not necessarily
so it becomes a game.
You will not react.
It becomes a game.
Yeah, you will not.
It becomes a game. It becomes like a soccer match between Arsenal and Manchester City. Okay, I've lost. All right, no problem.
It gets very bitter. They start fighting, and they don't even know what they are fighting for anymore. Sometimes it gets very bitter. So that's why you have to have a level of realism about these things. If it happens, then at least it's going to hurt, but you also you have perspective. You have an idea of what's going to happen. So it's not cold. Okay. It's just mature, I think.
Okay. All right. KJ, incidentally, you came when we were already rounding off. So we've gone far and wide, but here we are. Maybe if you want to speak to anything in addition to the last video, you saw the video, so the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Excuse me, Chim, for hosting. I've been around. Yeah, I started listening when you started on the from the very first beginning, but I was in a position to be able to, sign in. And I've listened to everybody's, contribution. And I think I enjoyed everyone's contribution. In fact, AY really hit the nail on the head, severally. The truth of the matter is that the West, because I worked in an international organization, anytime they come to visit, they are always fascinated with the character of the life of Nigerians, how the people are respectful, how the people, they like that because they've lost that in the West. And so they come and they say to us, those trying to imitate them, you guys don't know what you have, until you lose it. I'm not one of those fans who celebrate the lifestyle of the West. However, in marriage, just like Ewa said, they are more, the women are playing more of the African role, while our African women are playing more of the European role, the one they perceive European role. The little time I've spent there, that's what I've realized, because I have a lot of Caucasian friends, and you go there, you see their wives doing almost what you think they are African women, But if you come to our own side, now we, the men, now we they see the Oba for that place. Now, is it that every man is able to play dual game? No. And just like Jagun also said earlier, I grew up in a house. We all knew how to cook. As you see me, so I can bake. I can bake. I can do everything. I clean my house. I don't have anybody to come clean it for me. I mop. I clean. I just do everything. I cook food. I dey cook what do you call it? Vegetable, egusi. In fact, egusi is the one I know that I'm not perfect in, and I don't go there. But every other soup,
you cook achara soup.
I not get achara now. I go cook well, I do those things myself, because if I'm waiting for my wife to do it, it will take until we will have to set dates, and I don't want to set that date. So I walk into the mall, buy what I need. I come and cook it, and everybody's happy. Yeah, we'll have this in here. So now, but it's not every man, and I said that very, with every sense of responsibility. It's not every man that can play that dual role. And the issue of, and I'm just going to take in one, the issue of marrying up to down, and then down to up. I will say that before you take that decision, whether you're a man or a woman, you better think very well. Think very well about it before you step into it, especially if you are one who don't want to marry and then decide to remarry again. I say that much. I have friends who are married up, down, men. I have friends who are married up, down, up, women. And majority of those marriages, if they've not broken, majority of them are in trouble. Because all of a sudden, the men discover that, why are you commanding me around? That's always the case. You are commanding me just because you have money. Okay, I won't do it. What will you do? So problems begin to come. How the women, the men up and marrying down. The women, when they eventually get their money, you're not their priority. They make other people their priority, especially their family members and their friends. And they make you take all the bills. Okay? And then you cannot complain, because if you complain, you're not being a gentleman. Why will you have to complain? Okay? So this is the situation we find in the West, and it's generally among Black people, especially Nigerians and Ghanaians. I repeat, Ghanaians and Nigerians. They are the worst culprits of all this. And so you find that it is difficult to maintain such a structure when you find out that your value or your principles are being negated and the person doesn't even want to listen to you. So at the end of the day, you don't get anywhere. So generally, if you ask me, I will say, is it marriage like the days of our fathers? It's no longer the same. We don't have the same kind of training. We don't have the same kind of women. We don't have the same kind of society. These days, majority of the women live on the social media. They want to, they are always on social media displaying one form of something or the other. My friends, marriage is almost falling apart because The wife wants to dress like Melania. So every week she buys new dress. She has a very whole room full of dresses and shoes. Okay? And all because she wants to create an impression that, she's happening. These are some, even though Igbo people know they behave like this. So if you come to the West, I used to think that's a spirit that once you enter this side, it will just jump on you if you're an African woman, especially if you're coming from Nigeria and Ghana, But that is where we find ourselves. That's where we find out. For what the next guy talked about in his video, I will not go to say that if you want to marry somebody who is up down, or you are up down, you are up and the person is down, or you are down, the person is up. I will not go to say don't marry. I will say consider your options. Consider your options. I repeat myself. I'm more than some years now in marriage.
Do you want to define these options for us?
Yeah, consider the consequence of what you're going to get in the next 10, 15 years. Okay? If the person doesn't have if the person doesn't have a consistent character, please, you may just decide to walk away. When I say consistent, the person cannot hold on to a goal for long, because when you're dating or when you're having this relationship, you see people who are principled. So no matter what you do to them, they are not going to move away from that principle. If the person you're marrying is this person that anywhere belle face, please, my brother, we are talking to brothers here. Waka. You hear me? If the person is where belle face, those kind of women that you, when you get into a place, they always they move with the situation around them. If they get to a party and everybody is drinking, they will drink, even though they're not drinkers. They tell you, "Oh, I'm just a social drinker." If they get to places where majority of the women are smoking, they will smoke, because that is the character they built for themselves. And such people cannot be held for a long trip, because at the end of the day, if they are friends, they are divorcing their husband, you'll be the first they will also divorce, because they want to be like their friends. If their friends are going out for night parties, they will have to go because they are their friends. Such people are very dangerous to take a long walk with. So you got to be very careful. You see, if we come to the West, our majority of our wives run away from responsibility of taking care of the child. So you have to do the double game. You have to do every other thing you are doing, and they still come back to maintain or try, because they are too sophisticated and their fingers are made. They don't want to soil it. So you need to be the one to do all that stuff. They're not going to change if that's how they started, because people really change. That's what I've discovered in my short life. People really change. Those who change are people who have determined in themselves that I want to change this character. And it's difficult to get those kind of people. They are very difficult. Okay, people who know that they sit down every night, search their soul. What have I done today that's not correct? What can I do better tomorrow? There are very few people like that. And so if you don't have anybody operating on that system, it's going to be difficult to say, okay, I will help. I will teach. No. Once they get into your house, they're not going to learn anything. They won't change. They won't teach. Whenever you talk about it, they say, this man is always nagging me. I don't understand. Can't you get somebody to help? I mean, must I do the one to hear? Every time I want to rest. I'm telling you guys, hey, those who are listening to me, look, we don't work at this world. So, and if you want marry, and this is practical. If you want marry, we're dealing with practical, and I like this Jim's topic. And get money, and the wife when you want marry, now the Isama of Benin's daughter, my brother, prepare, because they go tell your life story. There are very few people like that who will not go to that extreme. I'm serious. It doesn't matter what
KJ finish everything, to be honest.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling
you, the whole work.
Let us just talk it the truth the way it be. Make it men when they hear. Okay, it doesn't matter whether they are Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba. They have the same character. Okay, it's like they go for school for that one. They miss. All right. So if the person character are too strong for you and you're a gentleman like KJ, I beg my brother, go somewhere, go look for a person gentle like you. Leave them alone. Even though she fine, pass the designer, just
KJ round up, but just as a roundup, are you saying you shouldn't give people a chance?
Oh no, you give people a chance from afar.
Not in marriage. Not in marriage.
No, I'm a one street man. I know the married look outside. So I want the place when I go get peace of mind. If you say I will give you a chance, am I taking a gamble so that tomorrow I go begin look for another money to marry? So if the person too strong for you, too much character, too much debate, too much national assembly, let us have a constitutional conference on this issue. My brother, when you may be able to do it at 25. When you are 45, you will not have the patience to be going to national debate for every topic. I'm saying this. Look, we are guys here. Let's talk about the truth. You will not have that patience. You say, okay, you want your son to go to this school. They say, why? No. Did you discuss it? We must have to discuss it. And if your discussion is not discussing with the intention of understanding, it's a discussion with the intention, it must end in their own voice. That's what they are discussing. Not that they are, okay, let us understand why you are saying this. No. They want you to follow what they are saying. And at the end, if you don't allow it, problem does begin with that. So for you to give yourself peace of mind, my brother, if you want, and just like somebody said, Pim said, are you saying we should know? If you want, you can get a piece of paper, make una write them down. On this social issue, this side we go. You agree, you sign. On this social issue, this side to go. You agree, you sign. Because the world has moved from our father's days. We are now into contracts, partnership. When do you start using the word partnership? Maybe for this century. We don't hear partnership before. You carry your money, go marry your wife. Your wife come, you go listen to what they say as the head of the home. Now they tell you, and just like Jabu said, the purpose of even that women liberation and all that equality with women came because a certain group, I don't want to call their name, said that women are more in number and they are not being taxed. What idea do we sell to them to make them believe they are equal to men so that we cannot bring them into the tax bracket? That is how this thing came. And they now say, who will be the people that they best sell their idea? They say, oh, the church. They will tell their members. And when it comes from there, the members will agree. That's how we got to women liberation. They coin what a man can do, a woman can do better. It's not a Nigerian coin. Okay? So these ideas were sold, and today we have run from that initial one of just looking for tax to now making the woman to be equal with a man. I'm not saying that women are supposed to be subservient to a man, but I'm saying that in every ship there must be a captain. And why there's two captains, well, I don't come with that. So for the women folks, I'm not putting anybody down. I'm simply saying that let us understand the positions where all of us are in the equation. And that way we will have peace in the home. Because your ultimate goal is to have peace in your house. Okay? And I'll end with this, finally. For those of us who are Christians, there's three different ways that the Bible describes what goes on in the house. Talking to the family, the Bible says what? For the head of God, for the head of Christ is God. For the head of the man is Christ. For the head of the woman is what? Man. If you're not taking that position because you think you are better than the man, you are making a mistake. You have totally stepped out of order. You are not in alignment with the teaching that is there. And it's not meant to put you down, because a woman is supposed to be a slave. But it's meant for both of you to always have a form of agreement, why you sit. Because it's only by agreement that you all can advance. Okay? If your husband is, is somebody you don't trust his judgment, that's a way you can sell it to him. Don't make it look as if his idea. When he brings his idea that you know is going to fail, okay? After a while, you say, okay, agree first, then go away. Maybe after some time, or 1 hour, 2 hours, later in the evening, you say, Oga, this thing you talk, is a very good idea, but if you do it this way, it will probably be better. The man, every man I know will consider it. They will say, that's what I say. Okay, let's try it your way. But the time he's bringing the idea, you jump up and say, what? This cannot happen in this house. What for? Then who you be when you go happen for the house? Okay? So this is the way we should take things, and at the end we'll all live in peace. How long do you have to live here on earth? If you live too much, 120 years, you are gone. So live in peace with the wife of your youth. That's what the Bible says. Please, let us live in peace with the husbands of our youth and the wife of our youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Masker, quickly, because we still have everybody. I want everybody to be able to make their own inputs. So, what's your parting statement? And then on top of that, you saw the last video that we just played.
I think that last video is very, very important. And I think what most people are missing out by we celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary this January. So what I've really realized about marriage is that it's a long journey and it's in phases. I remember when me and my wife we got married newly, just me and her in the house. It's a different life. And what a lot of people should do based on that video, I totally agree with the guy. What people should do in marriage is you need to project forward. But what I've also realized is that women are a different species, sincerely speaking. Because of the place I was working, I've never gone to court my wife in the afternoon. Mostly I go there at night after I close from work. But barely 2 weeks after marriage, the same woman is complaining that like, why am I coming so late? I'm like, you see that you didn't know where I work. Like, why is that an issue? So which is out of love, and I respect her for it. Like my friends always admire the level of our love, because even when no matter when I will come back, my wife would sit down, would be waiting for me. But the point I'm making is that was a different life to the life we come to live at the middle level when you have, but today it's also a different life. And when I look at elderly couples, very old people like 60, 70, 80, I'm drawing my air that this your issue of men taking themselves is not for all this. When somebody is jilted is crying, it's not because of this health. The real taking care of you is when, number one, you have grandchildren, and maybe you have your children are scattered all over. Your wife will be moving from one place to the other. You are a 70-year-old man in the house, no work. In fact, it's a different ballgame altogether. And a lot of men don't seem to understand that, look, it's a phase.
But is it wrong if she goes for that thing and then you follow her? Is it written anywhere that she should be the one to go?
We are not constructed like that. I don't see myself going to my daughter's house with her husband and I'm staying there. I can't see it. But I know
that's why you need multiple wives. That's why you need multiple wives.
Don't be silly. What about your grandchildren? You won't go and see them and stay with them.
Me?
You have too many unnecessary rules in your head, my brother.
No, we don't do that. Marry second wife.
At the beginning, didn't you say?
No, me, I get 3 now.
My grandson, they are here visiting. They should come to my house. The point I'm making, a real sense in me. Let me not talk about men. My plan is to arrange my life in such a way that at least I'm sufficient enough. They should come and visit me. Okay? Even if I go to visit them, I shouldn't spend more than 2 days. But your wife can go there and spend 6 months. I've seen it. This thing, at the point I'm making now, is that men should be practical about relationships. It's not about theory. The love and all that thing that, look, my wife, when you see me and my wife when we're quoting, this issue of when Chim was saying women marry, how do you put it? Marry up. I'm an opposite example. I was quoting two girls at the same time. All of them were above my level, but at least the wife I married was a bit lower or closer to where I was. But even her, when I go there, they are constantly in the house complaining, why are you always going about this guy that is always coming with pack? Because then I was like a complete nobody. But she was very clear that, look, this is the guy she wants to marry. I know they beat her sometimes. That no, one of the other guy that was quoting her was actually already by then a medical doctor. I was the doctor of the state governor. So it's like, what's wrong with you? But the point I'm making, as much as the love was then, but what I am trying to be very practical. I can see it that if I don't arrange my life, all this, that video that you put, I will be coming here to be crying like that. So me, I believe that men should be the taking care is you arrange your life properly. You should understand that their faces. I mean, when we were just me and my wife, the life was different. When we had kids, obviously she's more concentrating on the children. Now, as it is, even it's like everybody has his life, and you have to construct your life like that. So my take is on that video. I think we should be practical because we'll grow older, and the nature of our relationships will change. Your wife, if God bless you with a lot of children and successful children, you will see that your wife will spend 6 months in somebody's house that is not your house, and you have to manage it like that. But the most important closing thing for me in this relationship issue, there are two important factors, and I really feel people should pay attention to it. Number one, pay attention to it's all about upbringing. Where is this your spouse coming from? What kind of training did this person given? Because we are not, I tell my children, human beings are not like electric circuit. There's no switch where you just switch the person today to be like this and tomorrow to be like the way you have been brought up, you've been trained. Chances are that 60% you will be like that. If you've been trained to be respectful, to manage material things that you have at that point, you most likely will be like that. If you come from a very flamboyant house, and I have one of my relations that's married into that kind of family, the problem now is the phone you are using, your wife is not willing to use that kind of phone, and even when you look at it, yourself like, yes, you can manage this phone, but this person, you can't tell this person to manage that kind of phone. The sister is in, it's just a ridiculous life because that's how they were brought up. So one has to pay attention to the upbringing. But the second most important thing for me in relationship, you also have to, and that's why I like what Mr. Ike said. It's not too much to do with me and my wife. Because at the end of the day, today we are a family of 8, me and my wife, and we have 6 kids. Okay, how the character or the nature or the well-being of me and my wife is insignificant when you put these other 6 people. So pay attention to the upbringing of your spouse and pay attention to how you want to bring up your children. Even the way you relate to your wife is very important. Not maybe whether you like it or not, but you want to set good examples to your kids. You want to put yourself in a good environment where the people around you are responsible people, they are respectable people, and they can manage resources. Like I remembered very well at very age, some of my kids will come and they think they are smart. They'll say, but I know daddy will say no. So I have to ask, okay, well, because I had to teach them, it's not everything you come to me, you say you want, even if I have the money. You need to understand that it's not everything you get in life. You have to learn to forfeit things and manage things and be at a certain level. And once you put all that around you, you bring the kids up. I think it's manageable.
All right.
It's manageable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for spending your time. I know it's practically it's very
I'm
late for you there.
I didn't want to leave because it would look as if I got no. So I'm actually about to say good night to everybody.
We can understand that one. Thank you for staying
Good
with
night,
us. Yeah.
everybody.
So see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Before I leave, Chim,
Mhm.
I must commend you because my conviction also is that the politics that we complain about, the problems we have at a political level has a bearing. This is the foundational place where the country is being lost.
Yes.
This is where we lose the country. So dealing
agree.
with these foundational issues also is very, very important. And I think Dexter mentioned there are some couple of people are shocked that I ascribe to their view, like this Gengen. You need to listen to him. All of you should try and listen to Genge. The guy is a young man, but half of the thing he's saying about women is absolutely true. Men
Who is
and women.
the Genge?
Just Google gang.
The owner of Gege University. Gege.
How do you spell it?
Gehgeh.
Oh.
And I think, Tim, if we keep doing this for a while, it's important we invite somebody like this gang, so that it's about sharing perspective. My conviction is that men are different, women are different. And it's a good thing that you're hosting this topic. Thank you.
All
and
right.
good night,
Thanks.
everybody.
Yeah, good night. So, Jide, yes, coming to you, and then we'll go this way back. You watched the video. Good thing is at least you hear Yoruba. So anything anybody else that didn't hear about lost, you got it. What's your closing submission? And then in addition, what's your take on that last video? Jide, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can
So
hear Jide is sending text to his girlfriend, and I hope his wife is not watching.
All right. Okay. So we're going to jump in now since he can't hear us. AY, go ahead. When he's ready, we'll take him. AY, go ahead. You're muted.
Bros, come to me now. Me too. I won't sleep.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yes, I can hear you now. Oh,
okay.
We can't hear you.
Okay, you know what? After AY, I'll come to you, Jago, because you two you're in a late hour.
You understand? Thank you.
Honestly, I don't even know if I have anything to say. You see, KJ actually hit every. KJ, in fact, you did that word or this one. Wow. KJ was dealing with the reality. This one no be gang na reality or grand, no be I hear say. This the reality was hitting up. You see, it's because of experience, even Masca too. But if you see the way, because KJ is in America, he have tested both systems now, both the Nigeria system, both the America system. But that is just the reality of what is going on. The thing I want to add is, you see, one thing I tell my friends and ladies, no matter how we want to look at it, you see, when there is no leadership in a family, it's a problem. Either you like it or not, see the man you want to marry as your boss. If you cannot take his structure from me, don't marry him. Because that is problem number one. It's going to be a problem. So, if you must, your input is needed, but look for a way to convince him when you see, share your own opinion, right? Just make him feel important. You are the boss in the end, I think what Masca also said, the upbringing is very important, because otherwise, you are see something, somebody else is see a different thing. I think our family, women family, men family, sometimes they contribute to the crisis in marriage. I say this to people like my sisters, there are things they cannot pick a phone and come and complain to any of us. They know the answer. They will not come. If it's not life-threatening or something very important, you cannot come. Even my mom said, come and be explaining trivial things. Oh, my husband is hungry. I did not cook for him. Are you crazy? Like, there are things you should not bring. If I don't entertain them, they know the answer, so they will not come around. And I think another problem I see is where some of them, they are the one take care of their family, the extended family now, their parents, their siblings. Men, we need to also understand that too, right? If it's very necessary that, their extended family need them, we're gonna understand those stuff too. But sometimes all this stuff, they cause problem. But what is most surprising about the Nigerian women? Let me refer to Nigerian women, like what has been going on in the UK. In Canada, this is also common. You moved there from Nigeria to abroad. Even women, you were married, probably you guys were married for 15, 20 years. It's now they will change. I've seen cases. I'm seeing cases right now. Like they will just switch. Okay, what you have children with this man. Where are you going? Where are you? What are you switching to? Then I remember having this discussion with a friend. She told me, she said, you do 20 things to a woman, she might forgive, but she will not forget. That sometimes they revert back to those stuff and start. So they are issues, man. But sometimes I begin to think, I'm even still investigating, like, is it just the Nigeria and the blacks? Indians, are they having, I don't see, are they having the same problem? Chinese, are they having the same problem? So these are serious questions. But our women, I think, is we. So I say this to my friends too. I said the only person that can actually say the truth to a woman is the men in their life, their father, their uncle, their brothers. Because you, the husband, if you want to tell them that truth, it will be like you are manipulative. So sometimes it's good, for you to tell your daughter, listen, this is who a man is. You don't go here. This. So it's very complicated out here, man. You hear cases, you're like, what's going on? What is this? But in the end, because when there is no peace, man, I don't think anybody can excel. Nobody can excel. Like it's marriage. I realized that. I told my friend one day, if you wake 100% men that have died, probably up to 50%, it was the crisis of marriage that by them. I might be wrong, but sometimes I feel the crisis, if there is no peace, you can't concentrate, you're going to be destabilized. It's going to be a lot of issues. So hopefully we can learn better and try to really build a home, work as a work like with unity, and try to build a better family. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. I appreciate that. So, Dexter, we're coming to you. You saw the last video we played, and then what's your final take on everything we've been discussing?
Yeah, thank you, Chin. I think everybody has spoken well on the topic. I think so. This one of my take is this: women will be women. The earlier you realize it, I think you have peace of mind, and then you learn how not to bother about some things. You have to just realize women will be women, men will be men, and as a man, you have to take care of yourself and can't take everything too seriously, especially things that women say. You can't take everything they say very seriously. You have to learn how to put them on different levels so that you don't. And I don't subscribe to any man getting BP problems because of a woman. It's absolutely not worth it. There's no need. Absolutely not worth it. Even in your family, there's nothing that should make you, put your health at stake. Nothing should make you put your health at stake for anybody. Because the truth about the framework of women generally, if you put 100 women, 95 or 98 will tend to do the same thing. They will tend to want the same thing, It will all revolve around the same thing. And until you understand that, then your life will be far much more better as a man. And as a man, I tell people you must take care of yourself. Make sure. And when they say take care of yourself, it's not just about health. It's not just about physical health. Your mental health, your social network, your career, the things that make you happy. Many men get so much involved in. They get so involved in doing things for the family, that The moment they retire, they don't have anything again. They have nothing. They have no gig. They have no social life. They have nothing. And I just, as a man, if in your young age, in your youth age, build social networks so that you are not tied to whatever job you are doing. You are thinking, oh, when you know, if you retire, you can go back. You have gigs you are doing. You have, because what men do is that they will sacrifice everything they are supposed to do. They will sacrifice their own thing that they are supposed to use to have fun, to dissipate stress, just to make sure, okay, I'm trying to do everything for my family. I'm trying to put, I don't, as much as you're doing the right things for your family, you must create.
Sorry, Dexter. Can I just, say this and then you conclude on it? But is it wrong for that man to do that? Shouldn't it be that people will see this is the sacrifice the person made and say, you know what? Now that this person is not at this level, we remember what this person has done and let the person be rewarded based on that.
Chin, that's in an ideal world. Let me see whether let me get
why is it ideal? Well, go ahead.
Chin, see, if it was a guy, if it was a man to man, they say men have understanding. If he did all those things for his guys, it would not be. I give a typical example. During the war, my dad had a friend that kept him for 7 months. Did not take credit, did not do anything. My dad could do anything for this guy. Anything. We used to even wonder, why are you doing? We never knew why he could do anything. This guy can defraud him. My dad doesn't care about it because he's a guy. When he told us that this guy kept him for 7 months during the war, like he owes his life to this guy. With women, it's not that way. That's the truth. With women, yesterday is past. What you did is past. You should not even be, they don't hold that, whatever you do doesn't hold such large currency. The only people that hold is only their immediate family members. And that's the way, that's the framework of women. We just have to realize that. That's the framework of women. What you did yesterday, 2-3 days ago, is in the past. You can't hold that as legal current because something current is happening. That's the way women rationalize life. Something current is happening. There's something today. There's something happening today. So whatever you have done does not actually hold. They won't look at it that way because the moment, if you're a man, you become dependent on a woman, maybe you sacrificed a lot, you've done a lot for them, and then you're thinking that, oh, because I've done so much, then maybe when times are not good for me, I have enough savings in the banks with you. Sadly, my dear, now your savings in the bank might last only 3 months. So the woman will tell you, I'm sorry, my Oga, sorry, you have to start sitting up. You might have saved maybe you invested for 10 years or 20 or 30 years. She will tell you after 3 months, that savings you have in the bank is gone. That's the reality of how women are. We have to accept that, So I don't think what the guy is saying is kind of out of point. And so as guys, we need to invest in the right space, invest in ourselves, and invest in our own social network. Invest in guys also. The only thing about it is that if a guy says, oh, invest in guys, they'll think, no, I will give my money. I will help you. We think that way. You understand? Another way to get around his chin is to, I'm not subscribing to this, but another way to get around it is to cast your bread upon many waters. That's another insurance. The AY was saying that now. Cast your bread, you understand? When you cast your bread, many waters, here, with women. So if this one is not doing well, when refinery pipe burst here, you have
please. You're speaking in parables. Can you speak in plain language?
I can't. When refinery pipe burst here, you have like 3 or 4 oil wells, where you can go and you can catch
All right.
That's an insurance policy. Because the one that you're investing in one place, when you refinery pipe burst, the person say, you cannot repair, don't worry, I have somebody else to repair it. They kick you out.
All right, thank you very much. Saxonia, are you there? He's not there. So Jagun, we're coming to you straight. Go ahead.
Oh boy. Anyway, as far as the clip you showed, I'm afraid this happens right across the board. It doesn't just happen in Nigeria or Nigerian circumstances. Having said that, the woman you choose, it depends on who you are. Whether you are an individual who likes a one-on-one marriage, one wife, one man, or you entertain a polygamous home to some extent. There are two things that I want to offer. One, a woman from 18 to till 30. Let me just give them that kind of should be able to be married comfortably in that time, especially to a man of 40 or older. That kind of relationship, well treated, would last. Because if you catch a woman in her youth, it is fair to understand that whilst she will become your equal very quickly, that woman should be able to maintain love and respect for you throughout your particular life, I believe. Differently, a man of energy, strength, prowess, and a man who definitely likes women, I believe that that man should be able to marry three women if he wishes. You know, I know that may sound strange to a lot of people. How are the women going to get on? Is this going to be practical in any way? But I tell you, if that man is strong, he will satisfy those women in more ways than just sexually. You know, it depends on how much a woman wants to become a man. What I see a lot of the time with women who are doing things wrongly is that there are women who want to actually become men on one side, and then there are women who want their man to become their girlfriend as opposed to being a man. And I find these things obtuse. I find these kinds of women negative and not for me. These kind of women, not for me, man. No way. Can't take so. What do I want with another man in the house with me? I don't want that. It's rubbish. What do I want with a woman who's trying to tell me what to do in a very rude manner? Go away. You know what I mean? So for me, because of today and the circumstances that we're in today, where there is mass confusion globally, especially between the sexes, I can't bring a woman into a house who wants me to come down from who I am, become her best friend, become her person who's like a girl, who's like a friend that she can have a silly chit. You know, a lot of women's talk. Me, I don't get involved though. Maybe they talk by themselves. Almost. When you're speaking to women, really you're trying to raise their intellect, not because they're stupid, but because they want to entertain you in stupidity. Oh, who's entertaining rubbish, women's rubbish? Me, I can't do that. And I've never had inside my house any woman like that. I don't entertain women's lib. I don't entertain women equality. I don't entertain women trying to be the man of the house. I don't entertain such. Not me. All you people that want trouble in your life, make you do them. But me, I'm a happy-go-lucky, person. My personality is fair, light. It can be heavy, it can be raw, but I'm rather a light person. So if there's a woman next to me who wants to be the heavy, they go find my trouble. Though. They go find my trouble hardcore. And when you look at that video, it's unfortunate. I believe that man had a deep love for that woman, and he wasn't able to ascertain what kind of person she is. That's why, unfortunately, he found himself in problems. You know, women, they're a special breed, they're a special creature. And many things emotionally can touch them that maybe they know how to handle, maybe they don't. The balancing for any woman is a man, and the balancing for any man is a woman. Who that man and who that woman is the issue for us as men. I suppose we're speaking from a man's point of view at the moment. It's for us as men to understand what it is we can actually assume, what we can handle. You know, can you handle a woman who is stronger than you? Me or all of my women, they're strong, all of them. In fact, amongst my friends, when they come across my women, they always like them, but they don't know how I'm able to manage them because their wives are very sheepish. They say they follow, you know, a lot of my friends have looked for those women who don't argue, who hardly have a personality. And me, again, I don't like that. I like a woman to have a personality. Show me who you are. You understand? However, don't matter who you are, or you're not big past me, or and I don't mean that in the way of what do they call it? When men oppress women. I don't mean it in that way because I don't oppress women. You could do what you want as far as within the realms of relationship and marriage. You know, you can do what you wish. You know, I'm not searching for you. I'm not looking to see who you last spoke to. I don't do them rubbish. If I find you made a mistake that means that you should leave, you're a goner. You've gone. You understand? It's very, very. It's not. I don't want to say it's simple, but there are rules to this thing. And if a man is not making these rules, I don't believe you're a man. I don't believe you're a man.
All
And
right.
if you're a woman who doesn't want a man who makes certain rules, then I don't believe you're a woman. You're just a troublemaker. What do I want a troublemaker in the house for? Why? Thank you very much.
All right, sir. I appreciate that. Saxonia, are you there? You can hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So you have the second to the last speech to make. Just give us your own thoughts about everything we were discussing. Then, of course, you saw the video. Then you can
Right.
also give your thoughts on the video.
Yeah, well, I mean, the guy was complaining about his whom I think is his ex now, right? Talking about she ain't obeying, she gave him problems, and she almost burned down the house, and she frustrated and he had high blood pressure. But I tend to agree with a lot of things Jagman said. Like personally, I like tough women. I don't mean tough in the sense that they are disagreeable, but I mean tough in the sense that you can't, even before you step up to her, you're gonna have to think twice, then think twice more after that. But like Jasmine said, not saying you have her on the leash, but she's agreeable with you. So usually in reality though, that's what most men want. You want a woman that's what you like, physically beautiful, you're attracted to. You want someone that's agreeable, and she has some submissiveness to her. And again, like Jasmine said, it's not about misogyny. It's just about, no matter how we want to look at it, there's roles in this.
That's
And
the word I was
this-
looking for. Right?
Yeah, so there's roles, there's positions. Everybody play their own position. You play a position of protector, provider, and then at least if you're blessed like that, because as men we know there's always ups. Yeah, there's ups and downs. And this is where these things come into play, where you make a wrong business decision and then your account goes from, or your net worth goes from XYZ to zero. That's when you really know who this woman is, when you're trying to pick yourself back up. You get what I'm saying? So we want that in women. But one thing I always say with women, I always say, it's just your turn right now. And this is not to be condescending or derogatory. It's your turn. But just hope your turn lasts into a lifetime and it lasts forever. You know what I mean? Because like everybody was saying, and I agree with that. Okay, he said, one would make a woman at 60 decide, oh, she wants to leave the man. And why would she want to do something like that? Where is she going? What made her do that? She's a woman. That's what they do. I mean, look at Jeff Bezos, for example. He couldn't even keep his woman. Neither could Bill Gates. I mean, yeah, they come across as dweebs, but they have all this money and power. Isn't that what women say they want? But even they couldn't keep that woman. There's a video going around, I don't know if you ever seen it, of Jeff Bezos and his wife at a function. And Leonardo DiCaprio came around. And she was straight flirting with him in front of everybody, in front of the second or third richest man in the world at that time. You know, so in the end, I'll tell you this, and this is a mantra I live by, and this is something I believe in. It's if a woman does not respect you, you're wasting your time. You can give her everything in the world. If she doesn't respect is utmost. And respect does not mean bullying or talking down on her or mistreating her. I think you have to play a part because women, they are a weird creature on their own. Only God knows what goes on in their head, just like they'll tell you they don't know what goes on in our head. But if a woman should, but if a woman should ever lose respect for you, that's it, it's a wrap. It's not, because she can only love you if she respects you. But the moment a woman stops respecting you, it's over with. So I think a lot of times people also have to listen to women because sometimes they'll say certain things and then you don't understand where the problem is coming from until later on it's pent up. And then she starts saying, well, I said this, and I said I didn't like this, and I said I wanted this, and I said I wanted things like this. And you there like, we didn't hear it. So men and women, we communicate different. So in the end, I just think it's all about respect. If the woman respects you, it does not matter. It doesn't matter. She's going to ride with you whether you have $1 billion or you have 2 nickels in your pocket. That's just my view.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Can I give a quick example just to back what BBR just said?
Can you do that
which is
in 30 seconds?
In 1 minute. Yes, 30 seconds. Cool. I'll give you a quick example. My missus, she will plan a holiday and I'll be doing what I'm doing. And she'll come to me and say, do you think that we should go on holiday in 6 months' time or 8 months' time? And I'm thinking, 8 months' time? I can't even think. I'm not thinking that far ahead. But she will now go and book the holiday. I would agree, make you book them now, leave me alone kind of thing. By the time it's time for that holiday, I'm ready for a holiday. I'm telling you. I don't know how she does it. She does it all the time. And I'm thinking, no, get out of my head with that. I can't, I'm concentrating on what I'm doing right now. And I have plans. So I don't know when I'll have time for this break that you want to take. The time will come, it will happen, and it will be a great holiday, and I needed it. So that's where I back how you must listen to women.
Okay.
You know, they're your partner at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right. So I want to give our sister was here earlier, but she had to go to work, and she pleaded that she be allowed to speak without camera. Adama, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Now,
Can you guys hear me?
Rule breaker.
Yeah. So go ahead. You're the last speaker. You round off, and before we close.
I'm kind of confused listening to everyone. How did we go from a topic about men to making it about women? So could you please explain that?
I kind of the men decided to go. This was supposed to be a topic for them, but they chose to go to women. So they've chosen to go to women. Leave them. You can come
very,
back.
Very simple now. It's because we are men. We are speaking about what problems we have with women, or what loves we have with women. It's very simple. It's not a confusing issue.
All right. So please, you go ahead and, and round off. I get what you're coming from, but go ahead.
All right, this is what I want to say. I'm here to speak on personal health. And may I remind every one of us that if anything happens to you today, your woman is not going to be buried with you. You, as an adult, have to take accountability and responsible for your own health and your own well-being, married or single, whatever you claim to be. I hear all these issues all the way. All I've heard is ranting. A woman did this, a woman did that, a woman that. Please, in everything that everyone said, please tell me, why is the level of our divorce in the diaspora so high? Are we going to put everything on women? Or are the men here on the platform going to take some accountability and reflect and say, this is what we're doing wrong and this is what we need to work on? Because everything I'm hearing is a woman did this, a woman did that, a woman did. Because at the end of the day, I'm not here to say a woman is a saint. Don't get me wrong. Women, we have our issues. But at the end of the day, you as a man have to lead, and you have to lead correctly. And most of the time, you guys pour from an empty cup. Empty cup meaning that you don't know when to stop. You don't know when to take care of your own well-being. How can you take care of someone if you can't take care of yourself? That is what I'm confused about, the whole thing everybody's talking about. How can you? Yes, I get it that the African culture teaches the man that you have to be your job is to take care of a family. But when you come here to the diaspora, we need to unlearn a lot of things because with the way we're heading is not looking good for especially black men. Is not looking good. You see men in their 30s in blood pressure, meds, having heart attack, and we want to sit here and we blame it on a woman. Listen, if you're in a situation you're not happy about, I don't care what age you are. If you want to start over, start over. Because guess what? You only have one time to live. So live for yourself before anybody else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Adam. I appreciate that. In summary, all I'm going to simply say is this. I agree with what she said in the sense that we need to unlearn a lot of things. I appreciate and understand that culture has, I don't think there's anything wrong in culture in any case. Culture has taught us that we must be men, we must man up, we must do all those things. I also am of the view that sometimes the environment where we operate informs the behavior we put up with. So in the diaspora where majority of us live, some of those cultural nuances are irrelevant here. Utterly irrelevant. I give you an example. Back home, you go to work, you have a good job with one of the blue chip companies, sorry to say. Then your spouse can sit at home, and then you can pay for school bus for your children if you're still in that range where you're rearing children, and you pay for every bill. But you come to this part of the world where you file taxes together. So remember, even if you're making a lot of money, if your partner is working and you're working and you're not planning together and doing things together, you're going to just be paying money to IRA or CRA in my own case. So what do you guys call it in the US?
IRS.
IRS. Okay, you're either just giving them money because the more you work, the more you pay taxes. And I think at that point, there needs to be a drawing of the line where where there's a synergistic tendency in the way you manage the home. Take care of yourself as a man. I'm learning that. The bills will never stop coming, but you need to make out time for yourself, for your well-being. I'm very careful with the next word I want to use because it might easily get misunderstood. I think in a sense, you need to be a bit selfish. I'm also learning that word is not necessarily a bad thing. You understand? There's a bit of selfishness you need to put up. If you think you can solve everything and you want to be macho, like one man said, if you think you're El Shaddai, you will soon I shall die. and you just suddenly realize that you burnt yourself out, and people will move on. This is the diaspora. The way it works back home is not the way it works here. So I think in all, it's been a beautiful time. Yes, I know we didn't exactly stick to it, but I expected that once in a while we would deviate into different areas. So I'm not offended at that. I think it's something that had to happen. But I think in summary, African men need to start taking care of themselves. You need to start making it a conscious effort. I don't think we have that culture of being conscious. A lot of us, somebody said it here. Sometimes it's even the women, those who, if you're with a good person, that person will remind you, have you gone to do your annual? Because the person cares. The person knows that they don't want to do life without you. That the ones asking you, have you gone to do your medical checkup and all those things? Those who don't care, especially those you come with from Nigeria, they don't care. They go and do their own and come and sit down and be watching you. And then the day you collapse, they move on with their life. You understand? They will, shed a few drops of tears, but life moves on. So it's been wonderful. Thank you very much, Adamo, for joining us. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Saxonia. Thank you, Jagun. Thank you, KJ, for coming, even though you came late, but at least we still appreciate that. AY, thank you very much. And for all the other people who were here earlier on, G-Day, Forefathers, Uncle Ike, who am I missing? Who else was here that I can't remember?
Masca.
Masca. Oh, Masca was the first person. Now that I've been a disservice, Masca was the first person who showed up here. So thank you, Masca, for showing up. I wish everybody a wonderful weekend.
Chim, have you thanked Adama? Why now? Why?
She was the first person I thanked.
Thank her, please.
Okay, Adama, thank you.
KJ, don't cause war.
KJ said I should thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. I wish you guys a wonderful weekend. Hopefully we'll be able to see tomorrow when the regular Have Your Say shows up. All right, with that being said, it's a wonderful evening. Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you.